Hey guys, how's it going? Alright. New stream, new day. Alright. I wanted to do a couple things today. I wanted to start on the Deep Space Gateway, because I know I keep putting it off in every stream that I've done in the last few days. And, but I also wanted to put a Kerbal on Minmus, which is the second moon of Kerbin. And I also wanted to, make a satellite for Eve. And I'm kind of losing my voice, by the way. I'm a little bit sick, you guys. But, lost my train of thought. Anyway, yeah, send a satellite to Eve. Reason I'm choosing Eve is because we have a nice, I'm hoping. Now I'm no expert on interplanetary missions. However, let's take a look here. Eve is just right here ahead of us. And, I feel like maybe we can send something around this way and catch up to it. But it would have to go underneath Eve's orbit and like meet it somewhere this way. So I think we have a good opportunity to send something to Eve. I don't know. If not, we can maybe try Moho. Right now it's not a good time to send something to Dunna. I'm waiting for Dunna to kind of swing back around here from behind. And that will allow us to send a satellite to kind of cross the area here and catch up to, or meet up with Dunna there. So I know that. But yeah, Eve would be tricky, but I feel like we can do it. We just have to go underneath the orbit and then kind of catch up to it somewhere around here. So that's what I'm thinking here. But yeah, so I want to slowly start sending satellites out to these other planets, and the reason being is that I want to send rovers and start exploring these worlds. And I also want to here, let me change this. I can't see your chats. There it is. I also want to start like a Dunna colony, so I think that would be cool. So anyway, let's get started here. Back to the Space Center. I already have from the previous save that we had before we had to delete it and recreate the new one because of the Breaking Ground DLC. I did save the station, so we do have it here, so we don't have to worry about building too much. We do have to worry about adding on to it, so we're just gonna work on our coupling real fast, because this needs to get into space. Is that the one? Nope, I always get those sizes wrong. And I'm hoping that this 0.25 meter size will work. So it's kind of sticking out. I don't think it's gonna work. Nope. No, it won't work. It's just a little bit. It's just a little bit over. That's okay. We'll do this one. The next size up. So we'll keep it very. Oop. Okay, we'll widen that a little bit. Can we pull it off of this? Ah, no, the satellite's in the way. So it's gotta be even wider. I'm trying to keep the fairing as small as possible. Look at that. It's just a tiny bit right there. Because I don't like humongous fairings. Because they're how cumbersome they are. Okay, that looks like it worked. Alright. So we'll close that off. It's not too bad of a payload. It is bulky. And so we gotta think about that. Also, we need to avoid putting junk in space. We put a lot of junk up in the space the last time. I did, for the sake of game performance, erase most of it off camera before I started the stream. So I did cheat a little bit and get rid of the junk, but there will be none of that in the future, hopefully. because I don't want to. I'm gonna be adding this upper stage. I'm going to make it autonomous. In fact, what I should be doing right here, this will work nicely. So if I put the battery right there between the coupler and the fairing here. Also, we need to make this robotic. So we're gonna add some extra pieces there. We're colliding with the fairing a little bit now. That's okay. We'll just fix it. Just a slight edit to the shape. That should work. I don't think it's colliding anywhere else now. I think we're good. So, come back down here. So we got battery, reaction wheel, and remote control. The next thing we're going to need on that is a signal or some kind of communication device. So we'll add that here. And I believe that would be good for an upper stage. An upper stage that we intend to crash on the mud. So this is going to be floating around the mud. And I'm purposely going to crash it onto the surface. Just the upper stage, not the space station. So, also we gotta pick our crew. We're not gonna send the 4 elite people that we have here. What I want to send is like a different crew. So we're gonna send a pilot first. Looks like we're gonna have Gleamy as our pilot. Then we need some scientists. Let's see, we got some science modules here. Where is that at? Processing lab. So let's fill this up with some scientists. We'll throw them in there. We need one more scientist. Here we go. Bam. So that's filled up, and we need an engineer. And that should be good. The rest of this I will leave empty. Actually, I'm gonna put him in the storage container. Which is more of like just like a little crew. It's like the living room in your space stations, what this little piece is here. But it says it's called a storage container, but when you look inside, that's basically what it is. Anyway, I think we're good now as far as crew go. We are gonna have to add to this this piece here. I actually didn't intend it to be a docking port. What I want it to be is a solar panel array, like long arm, and then it just turns into a unfolding solar panel. Now, I could do that with like the robotics now that they've added, but I don't know how to use those very well yet. So we'll experiment with those on another day. But the robotics do look cool. I was kind of tinkering around a little bit. In fact, I do kind of want to add like the rotor onto the station here to create like this cool spinning station like you see in the movies a lot, which is something I've always wanted to do in Kerbal Space Program, but you can't because, or you couldn't before because there were no such parts like a rotor. Alright, so next up we need to add some coupling. Boop, boop, boop. I always get the wrong sizes. Here we nope. Yep, that's the one. And let's get now with this middle stage, we're gonna have to be clever with how we hide the automation onto this. So I'm thinking this is gonna be a slightly bigger tank. It's not quite as big as this. Just like a third of the three-fourths of the size. And we're also gonna add the Rhino onto this. We're gonna do set up our auto struts just so that we don't have issues with our ship coming apart. So Let's see. Now, I'm never quite sure exactly how to make this work. I just know that if I turn it on to the root part, it seems to all work. And I'm sure you probably don't have to do this to all the pieces, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So, root part. And I feel like we don't need to do it any further than that. Actually, we'll probably do this. Have that one go downward. Alright. So hopefully that keeps the station in place. Now, as you can see here, there are some struts. I do have one mod here called EVA struts that lets you like adjust the struts on EVAs. But in this case, we're not gonna add any. I don't think we need any struts at the moment. Should be okay. Let's see here. I'm gonna get the other decoupler, add that piece on there. That looks good and dandy. Let's see here. Now what I'm thinking here, to keep this rocket light, relatively speaking to what I'm going to add to this, is I want to keep this as a small stage. I don't want to add like this ginormous behemoth tank right here, because it's heavy. First off, it's just huge. And I feel like we can get this off the ground much quicker if we just make the base of this light. The first stage, that is. So, root parts. Add that. Alright, so now let's add the... I want to use the Mastodon engines in this for this run. So we're just gonna make them bare. That looks better. So no shrouds with these guys. And then we can try to test this out and see how it works. I believe we're good. Oh yeah, that's right. We need to add a automatron to this. Okay. So let's see. How are we gonna do this? Be clever about this. The best one probably would be this guy, because this one we can hide inside. It doesn't matter too much what we do with it. It just needs to be in there. And I'll show you what I mean. But we'll do the move tool, and we'll just squish it inside. And I'll just kind of have it show just a little bit right there, just so we can see that it's there. We are gonna need a battery source. So let's see here. Let's get... we might need this one. That might be all the power we're gonna require. But at the same time, I don't know. Okay, so probably we're gonna add the big one. I'm just gonna add the big one, and then I'm just gonna squish it into the rocket here, like you do. Kind of shows, kind of clipping a little bit, but that could be fixed. The next what we're gonna need is a reaction wheel. I can't tell if it's clipping onto the other side or not. You know what? We'll bring this back out. In fact, I think what I'll do, we're just gonna go back a little bit. Control Z. We'll figure this out a little bit more efficiently. So, okay, we can put the battery here. We can put the reaction wheel there. There we go. And we can probably even add one of these to give us all the flight controls that we need to make it extra great. So we're also going to need a communication device. We're going to stick with this one. I like these, and they're very aerodynamic, so that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. And I want to add, is there anything else to add? So we got the remote, battery, reaction wheel, and the communication device. I think that's everything that we need. So we don't need to add anything else. So let's do the move tool, and then we'll start putting that all in on the inside of the rocket. I'm okay with this clipping just a little bit, just so I can see it. But the rest of it, let's see here. I don't think we're gonna need one for the first stage. I believe it's just going to crash. However, if we wanted to, we could try to recover it as it falls to the ground. Let's see here. Let's try that. We can try to do an like a good old-fashioned, by old-fashioned, not that old-fashioned, but we can try to save the. Try to save this stage. Now I don't think it's possible because this thing is quite heavy, but we might be able to. So we're gonna try it. So let's do aerodynamics. Let's see. Where's the air brakes? Air brake. Where you at? I guess maybe they probably wouldn't be there. They'd probably be in. I thought for sure they'd be in aerodynamics. Oh, here they are. Yeah, I was right. So when this thing is coming down, it can open this up, and that would help it slow down, giving the parachutes a chance to deploy all the way. And then that should allow us to save this first stage, so get our money back. All right, so let's try this out. Here we go. Oh, you know what? I did not check to see if there's monopropellant on the excuse me, on the space station, because that's gonna be important, because we're gonna need to maneuver that thing when it comes to trying to dock with stuff. Let's see, what is this? That's Mr. Riku. Alright, so let's get some monopropellant on there so I don't see any tanks. Monopropellant! Where you at? There it is. So we don't need a whole bunch, but I do want to make this look aesthetically pleasing, so I'm going to add one to every corner of the remote control here. I also am noticing some clipping here that I don't like, so I'm going to push it further in. There we go. I'm okay with that. That looks good. Nice. Next thing I'm going to add are the thruster blocks, because how else are you going to control this thing? So, thruster block here, thruster block at the bottom, here, and then some thruster blocks closer to the top, like right there. So that means if they're on the four sides, we have the left and right, forward and backward. Do we have up and down? Yes, we do. So we got all the directions that we need. That should be good. So we don't need anything there. So let's see here. Is that it? Is that all we need? So let's save. Yep, we're gonna overwrite this file because now that we have a rocket, instead of calling this the Mir 2.0, we're gonna call this the Deep Space Gateway. We've done Mir 2.0 streams before where we had space stations up in low Kerbin orbit, But the station got deleted when I deleted the old save because of the Breaking Ground DLC, so we don't have it anymore. So the station's deleted, but we are going to use its blueprint to create this new one. We're going to create the Deep Space Gateway, so should be good. Should be nice. Okay. So let's get this. Oh, where is our crew? Did it unassign them? Where's everyone? Okay, have everybody back on. Get her into the science thing. We're another scientist. There we go. And we need an engineer. Kimmler, you're it. You are in the engineering seat. We should actually put another pilot up here just in case we need it. So we'll put Hilsey in one of the cupolas. Cool. Now we're ready. Let's send them up. Okay. Here we go. Oh, the staging. I need to work on the staging. Daggum. I think everything else is good. It's just, I think it's just the parachutes. I always forget to fix the staging. Yeah, I think it's fine. We're good. We're good to launch. We're not going back. So 3, 2, 1. See how this is doing. So far, so good. Once you get to about 200 meters a second, it'll start doing a slight gravity turn. For now, we just gotta get some speed and some altitude. Alright, now we'll start thinking about our gravity turn here. Okay, this rocket's very easy to control, that's nice. It's always a good thing. This is top heavy, however, so we gotta be careful. Now, I'm hoping, from what I'm seeing here, I'm beginning to question if this can actually circularize around the Mun. There might not be enough delta V on board. Now, I don't know how to calculate all the delta V. I'm just saying I know delta V is a measurement to tell how much force you have left to get somewhere. Alright. Probably start turning a little bit more. There goes our first stage. I'm hoping... Oh, there it goes. I'm hoping we can get this thing circularized and maybe save that first stage before it crashes. Okay, here. Okay, so we're above the Karman / Sputnik line that we created. Switch over to that. It's a 2-minute burn. Oh, we're not gonna have enough. Okay, so it's pretty clear that we're not gonna have enough force to get to the moon. So we may need to add one more stage here. It might have to be in here with this fairing. So I think what we'll do is I'm going to decouple this, and we'll add a smaller final stage to this to the space station itself. Let's see, is that the kind of shape I want? It might be. That might be enough. So what we'll do here, we're gonna also add automated controls to this. This should give us... That's the one I'm looking for. This should give us the control that we need. I'm gonna see if there's an adapter to do something about that gap. I mean, we don't need to. Maybe we'll just add a smaller end cap right here. That looks better. I color these orange just to let us know that this is inside the fairing. Go to engines. And I want to add, what's this one called? The Terrier? Is this the one I want? I don't think it is. You can add a cheetah, possibly. That's not gonna work. Alright. Not sure how. I mean, it'll be efficient, it'll work. It'll do its job. So let's have this auto strut go to the heaviest part. Heaviest part. Probably the root part for that one. Okay. And then we're just gonna have to edit again the fairing. Here you go. There. Nice. Very nice. Okay. Oh my gosh, I already forgot to put the automation. We need basically this. So I think what we can do, we can probably cheat a little bit. There we go. Save ourselves a second of construction time. Place that inside. Let's do auto strut. Let's do heaviest part for these ones. Okay, these should stay in place. I'm hoping. Let's see. Yeah, that looks good. I don't see any clipping going on. Okay. Alright, oh yeah, the next thing we need, since there's automation on this, we do need to add a signal. Or, something to detect a signal. Thinking about this. Nah. We'll just stick with what we've been doing. Tried and true. There may need to be some power generation on this thing. We're going to add a little bit right here. Is that what I want to do? I don't know. I have an idea. We're just gonna move these down a bit. Oh, and in. There we go. And to the right. A little more to the right. There we go. I'm okay with that. Oh, there is some clipping. Gosh. I always miss it. I'm glad I saw it, though, before I committed to this design. Alright, so that should keep these batteries charged long enough so when they separate, we can deorbit them, crash them, whatever it is that we gotta do. So, I think this is ready now. It is quite a bit... probably not quite a bit heavier, but it is heavier, so that first stage is going to be doing more work. So I'm not sure if we'll be able to save it. We could add more fuel right here. I mean, that's always a possibility. So let's add this to this Root part. I think these are all good. Alright, cool. I believe it's ready to go. We're gonna save it. Oh, staging. Glad I thought of it. So let's see. Let's get these guys here on their own stage, and let's put this at the very end. And let's see. One of these is the drogue chutes, and the other one is the normal parachutes. So we'll separate those as well. I think we're ready. Okay. SAS. Everything is looking good. The payload's much longer now, so this thing's a little bit top heavy. Alright. But it looks like we're still taking off alright. If we need to, we can go back and add more, what do you call it? A stronger engine to the bottom. Okay, we're gonna wait till about 200 meters a second because of how heavy this thing is. Then we'll do our gravity turn. Okay, so we're gonna get ready. Alright, 200 meters a second. Now what we had before was definitely enough. Oh, careful, careful. Almost tipped it. This is a top heavy rocket, but yeah, so what we had before was definitely enough to get it on a low Kerbin orbit, which was what this was designed for originally. But since we are changing its purpose, it is we need to add more power to this thing. So we'll just let it go straight up like this. Give ourselves a higher apoapse. Okay. Looks good. How are we doing on their apoapse? Oh, kind of the same place as before. That's okay though. Oh no, it's a little bit more. Not by much. So we'll just dump that first stage. Actually, let's see here. Action group. Okay. Then we'll deploy it. So long. Okay. We will now wait till we reach the top here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to this. We are going to try to save it. Now what is your trajectory looking like? It is dropping by the second. Yes. That just makes sense, I suppose. Actually, what we should do, switch back to this guy here. Let's deploy our fairing. That is no longer needed. And we're going to make a quick, we're going to plan out our maneuver here. So it's going to be kind of tough. I'm going to see if I can save the first stage. If not, no big deal. But it is tough to save, or control two things at once in this game. So we need a 3-minute burn. Jeez. It's gonna be brutal. That middle stage will not be enough to do it. And this rocket is significantly heavier than it was before, so. Alright. 3-minute and 25-second burn. Jeez Louise. So this guy is gonna start falling here soon. I think I'm gonna start burning a little bit before even. Like maybe just full half a minute before we actually reach our maneuver node. There goes this other guy here. Oh. Gallipoli, you gotta save it. I'm gonna try to save it. But it's hard to control two things at once. Just the nuance of the game. But we can do it. I'm keeping an eye on it. And I'm gonna watch. It just went over its apoapsis, so the highest point of its orbit. It's not really an orbit, it's a trajectory at this point, but it's starting to fall. And we got to, yeah, I just gotta keep an eye on it. As soon as it crosses this, is when I need to probably switch over, but I'm just hoping we can circularize around this before it falls back into the atmosphere. Oh, geez, that's quite the burn. That's a long time. I think this thing just needs to be moving faster when it takes off because of how heavy it is. Okay, so it's about to use its stage here. Automation was not needed because we did not circularize. So, what is exploding? What happened? Oh, okay, that's fine. This is the piece that we just jettisoned. That exploded. Okay, where are we at? How's our circularization looking? Perfect. It's circularized. Ah! Stop, 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 stop. Oh, we just lost control of it. What is happening? Uh-oh. We're gonna have to do this again. I don't know what happened for it to launch. Is there something wrong with the staging? Okay, let's take a look here. What's going on? Oh, there is. These two engines are shooting at the same time. That is a no-no. It's a big oopsie. Oopsie doopsie. Alright, so we're gonna move this up. Get this coupling correct. So this engine should go off, then the fairing, and then the coupler after the fairing. So wherever that coupler is at, it's this coupler. And that coupler needs to be above the fairing stage, then the engine, then that engine's coupler. Bam, bam. That's how it should be. So, that's what happened. Staging was off, the rocket crashed. There we go. Okay, so now we're ready. I almost want to add, because it's such a slow launch. When it takes off, it's just like slow. I have a half a mind to adding more power to this. Like a lot more engines at the bottom. Here we are, getting close to 200 meters a second. Then we can start doing the gravity turn again. Not a big one. So I'm trying to get the apoapsis as high as I can. You know what, on second thought, here, look, I'm doing this. It's driving me crazy. Going down. We are making this into a beast. So we're gonna do let's see here. This. Yeah, it is, but we need to add a. There we go. So 4. We can get rid of that one because that will just cause problems for what I'm about to do here. Okay, that was some weird clipping going on. That I'm glad I saw it before we launched like that. Okay, much stronger engine. Let's do the auto struts. We're gonna do the Actually, probably just heaviest part would suffice for this guy here. And then same with this. Heaviest part. Heaviest part. And that should be alright. This should be... It's gonna be very powerful at takeoff. Lots of power. We just went from like a Volkswagen engine to a Ferrari. By contrast. So let's do that. That will definitely get us going. Alright. Look at that. Lots faster. And this is a heavy rocket, by the way. So we're already at 200 meters a second. Way sooner than last time. There we go. Looking good. It's still an easy rocket to steer and control. That's good. I don't want to go any further than this on the tilt. Reason being is it's top heavy. So if I tilt over any further, we'll flip the rocket, so I don't want to do that. Okay. How are we doing on our trajectory? That's much better. Look, we still got fuel on the first stage. Much better. So let's start do a prograde maneuver here. And of course, let's see here. It's telling me we're gonna run out of fuel, which is expected. I am wondering what's up with all this. Are we actually gonna run out of fuel trying to circularize this? Is it not going to make it? So what if we dump the fairing? How is that gonna help? There we go. Oh, it just recalculated itself. Look at that, much better. Ah, there goes the fairing too. Okay. Now we're gonna attempt to save our first stage. So, once this moves over into the maneuver node that we have planned out for us, we'll begin our, well, maneuver. So let's see here. I want to rename this vessel, because it is not a capsule or a ship. It is a space station. So let's see. Crew report. Lots of science. Send that down. Okay. Is there a form of communication on this station? I don't think there is. And if there isn't, then shame on us. Shame on me for forgetting. There is not. I don't think there is. Because I saw that one of the other stages deployed its satellite instead of the station. Okay. 15 seconds till I burn. I think I'm going to start burning right now. Actually, I'm going to wait till 10 seconds. There we go. We'll use all the rest of the fuel in this first stage. Then we'll dump it. Open up the air brakes. And then we're just going to leave it behind. So, slowly push that away. I don't want to damage it too much before we do the full burn. There we go. Very good. We should be able to circularize with this final engine. We are going to have a bit of a wonky circularization though. How's the trajectory on this first stage? Alright, so we should be able to circularize before it hits the atmosphere. Should be able to save it. SpaceX style. Hopefully. Not early SpaceX style, because that implies it blows up, but SpaceX style nonetheless. Alright. So far it looks good. This is a much better build than before. Okay. Almost feel like we should be doing a little bit of a radial burn, because trying to clear the atmosphere slash Karman line that we created here slash Sputnik line is looks like it's being a bit testy. So we're gonna add another maneuver here. We're gonna do a radial and a prograde. That should get us in the right position again. There we go. Some slight adjustments to our trajectory. That will keep us from falling back to the planet. And bingo. We are done. Trajectory has been... Oh, here we go. So now this is the part we have to decouple this guy here. So let's extend the antenna. We are pretty close to our atmosphere, but I don't think we're close enough to have a problem. We are a little bit tilted, a little wonky. I'm okay with that though. It doesn't bother me, because we are going to the moon anyway, so. Alright, so we're gonna dump this, decouple. So we're gonna go to our new probe that we just created. Actually, we need to go back to the station. Oh, look at this. The staging did something weird again. I'm glad I saw it before I did something bad. What's up with the staging? Why did it do that? Okay. So the next stage should be this. There we go. So this, decouple, then that stage. Alright. We're good. So let's use a little bit of our thrust to push that piece away and move us away further from it. So we're going to do a retrograde turn now. And then we're going to return this guy back to the surface of Kerbin. This one does not have parachute, so this one will meet a sad fate in exploding. Oh! I haven't been keeping an eye on the first stage. Daggum, we lost it. Oh well. Yeah, we lost the first stage. Okay. Now this guy is now heading back, so that avoids space junk, which is what we wanted. At least there's no space junk, so we're not gonna have problems with that in the future. Alright. Let's make a new maneuver and start heading for the Mun. The Mun, there you are. So actually, what we'll probably should start burning now, almost. Like, 40 seconds from now. If we want to catch the Mun. There it is. So we add just a little bit more thrust. That's a 30-second burn. We should be able to do it with our current stage, it says. As long as we go around it. It's kind of weird. And let's see here. Why is that? Probably because our tilt is weird. If we straighten it out. I don't know. Well, you know what? We'll just fix our maneuver when we get to the Mun. So we'll just start burning now. When we get there, we'll get there. But we are going around the back side of it, so that's what I want. Then we're not going against the flow of gravity. We'll be going with the orbit, with its rotation. Let's see. But we will have to circularize here. We should be able to circularize with the engine that we got, or the stage that we got. And we'll do our final adjustments. That's not bad. Okay, what's our new trajectory saying here? Yeah, I'm okay with that. That's a good one. So we'll warp ahead. But first let's make a maneuver. Let's figure out how we're going to circularize around this thing. before we actually get there. So, let's see. I think I'm okay with that. I want to put this thing on a pretty low orbit to the Mun, so that there's easy transfer back and forth to the surface and the station. So we'll warp ahead here as soon as this reaches the maneuver node. Here in the nav ball, that is. Not this maneuver node. I mean, yes, that maneuver node. You know what I mean. Nav ball. We're just positioning ourselves. Okay. And we are off. And there we go. So we just entered into the Mun's sphere of influence. And from here, we'll let the Mun catch up to us. Six-second burn to circularize. That's not bad. That's actually a very cheap burn. Some excellent flying. Also, I'm actually quite okay with our orbit currently because it actually kind of passes over the moon camp. So all we have to do is just make some very minor changes. We should be able to be passing over the moon camp all the time. So that would be nice. And then we have our sweet base camp back and forth, sending up and supplies up and down. I do want to send a good load of moon rock back to Kerbin as a future mission. Not today, but in a future stream. So let's see, 30 seconds. Let's speed that up a bit. There we go. There we go. Almost messed up the time warp there to a unfixable level or unfixable point of error. Let's see. Anyway, it just would have been very bad. It would not have been able to be fixed. So I'm gonna go here to the periapse. We're gonna do a retrograde. Whoops, retrograde burn. There we go. Not to a point of collision though. We don't want to crash with the Mun. We just want to circularize. Now, how is our fuel looking? We have plenty of fuel. In fact, we got stupid amounts of it. But we're still gonna have to dump those stages in order to allow other parts, like future parts of the station, to dock with this. So, also while we're here, why not get a crew report? Send that back to the Kerbin. I was gonna send it back to the Mun, but that's we're at the Mun. We're trying to talk to Kerbin. All right, cool, very cool. So let's fly up there. We will do our maneuver. And then I think what I'll do, as we do this final burn here, we might dump this stage and let it crash back, or just let it crash on the Mun. I was thinking, because there might even be enough fuel to fly it back to Kerbin, but there are no parachutes, so there's no point in trying to recover it. But I'll remember that for next time when we send another station like this up. That let's start trying to recover our stages. Alright, so we're almost there. Start our burn now. Oh, that was a little bit much. In fact, I'm okay with that because I wanted to get closer anyway. So we'll go here, switch to our periapse. There we go. So warp ahead. We're gonna do a retrograde. We really should, now that there's a space station here, we should probably add a satellite around the Mun. Probably later though. That way we can have a, I want a polar orbit so we can start scanning the surface and start mining that great moon lunar ore and sending it back to Kerbin. And that will start giving us some great paychecks to continue our space program here. So let's see. Don't want to get too close, but close enough where we can make easy transfers back and forth. In fact, what we should do actually. No, I'm going to keep it on the tilted axis like this. And the reason I want to do that is if it's on the polar orbit, anything we send is going to be kind of tough to dock with. Because then they have to adjust to where the space station is going. So I think what I'll do instead, we'll just, it's a tough orbit. I mean, the camp is in a weird place, to say the least. But if we want it to pass over, I mean, it might have to be a polar orbit. I don't know, because I like where it's at. Because that would be easier to dock with in the future. Okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to keep the periapts really low on this side, okay? Right now it says apoapse, but this is going to be our periapse. And what we'll do, we'll raise it here to give us a little bit of a swing. And kind of like the deep space, where it's not going to be a perfect orbit around the moon. It's going to be swinging back and forth from the moon and the Earth, kind of like this. But we're not going to do that because I don't think that's possible in Kerbal Space Program without constantly monitoring it and changing its directions all the time. So we're not going to do that. We're just going to do this. So let's switch around again. And so all we're going to do is just make it higher. And the reason I want to make it higher is just so it's easier for... Actually, I don't know if I want to. So how tough would it be to send something up? That's actually kind of hard, yeah. So we're going to actually just loosen up the orbit. So we'll switch back over here. Warp around. Do a prograde again. So we're going to raise it up. That will give us some wiggle room to send stuff up and down, because being that close to the surface without having the camp directly underneath you is difficult, to say the least. So we're just gonna do this. Oh, jeez. Prograde, man. Prograde. Almost crashed into the moon there. Okay, that's good. That's better, because now that we're high enough, we can easily change our trajectories, give ourselves that wiggle room that we need. Yeah, that should work. It's tough. It's kind of a tough mission to try to position the station in the right place. Now, if we did it up here, if we start doing some like anti-normal, normal burns, we can probably get it over the camp, directly over the camp. Like you do. I think that's not bad. So if we did that, then we can get closer to it again. And I'm okay with that. Yeah, so we'll start planning on that. So I'm gonna pause this game here. I need to take a quick break, you guys. I'll be right back, okay? Alright, I'm back. Okay. Let's bring up the game again. Resume. Alright. So we're gonna make this little maneuver here. 1 second burn, not bad. And I think after this point, we're gonna dump our staging and we'll just do some final adjustments with the last stage. Because I want to make sure there's enough fuel in this thing to deorbit, so there you go. Okay. Let's warp ahead. Warp here. Zoom. Because I did want this to be like a lower orbit above the camp. Let's see here. In fact, I don't think it's directly above it. I think that's better. Yeah. Much better. Right there. Okay. Let's get right up to that. And in about the 5-second point, we'll start burning. There we go. That looks good. Now how are we doing against the, let's see here. It looks like it's above the crater, but at the same time it kind of doesn't. Looks like we might be missing our mark just a tad. So we might have to do, just adjust just a small margin rush, just like that. That looks like it's closer. Now it doesn't have to be perfect, but the closer the better. Because that will make rendezvousing a little easier. Okay. Let's go to our Apple app. Actually, I'm going to change our Apple app's position. I want the Perry apps to be right above the camp if it can be helped. So we will start retrograding in that spot. Oh. So let's change right there. And hopefully that looks like it's going right above the camp. That is beautiful. I love that. That looks good. That's what I wanted. You see that? There might have to be a bit of a radial fix once we do this burn. Because I'm looking here. It looks like it might be off. Or it might just be the camera angle. I think we're good. I think we're alright. So we'll just warp to that next maneuver. And this is also where I'm going to dump that stage so it can fall down. So once we do the final maneuver here, yeah, we'll dump that stage and start doing our final adjustments. Now there's plenty of fuel in that stage to do what we want, but why take that risk? We got plenty of fuel in the final stage. Okay, so we'll start burning very lightly, very carefully. There we go. Very good. Okay, so the periapse is right above the camp. That's what I wanted. Then from here, we'll extend this antenna now. And we'll let go of our stage. Okay. We'll use our RCS to kind of move ourselves away just a little bit. Okay, we'll turn the RCS off, go back to docking, excuse me, the stage mode. And from here, we'll do a retrograde burn relative to the Mun's orbit. Now in this case here, we just need to make sure we don't hit our station. So we're going to kind of move to the side a bit. And then just do a little burn. Then go full retrograde burn. And from that way... Oh, look! We're already in a collision course. We don't even have to make any more adjustments. Easy. There we go. Like I said before, this probably had enough fuel to get back to Kerbin because it's so light on its own, by itself. But I didn't add any parachutes, so I don't think... well, I don't think. It's not possible to save it. It would just crash. So, might as well just crash it on the Mun so there's no space junk. And yeah, so we'll let this guy go. Switch back to the station here. Say goodbye to the little piece that we just shot off. There it goes. And we'll start making this final adjustment here. Let's do... We gotta get back above the camp. Now I want to keep the periaps above the camp, so I don't want to affect that. So if it starts to move, we've gone too far. Oops, see, just like that. So I don't want that. Ah! What are you doing? Okay, let's try this yet again. And very softly. There, it started to move just a bit, so we'll move it back. I don't want it to change. I want the periaps right there above the camp. Okay. So we'll maneuver again. Or get our nav ball into position, and then we'll switch over. So let's warp here. So it looks like our station's orbiting around the Mun every 30 minutes. Okay. 9-second burn here. Is this thing ready to go? Okay, now it's ready. So we got a node in 30 seconds. Let's get ready, everybody. We're doing a simple maneuver. But we gotta keep the periaps above the planet, or above the camp. Okay, so we've gotta be on the money for this one. This is precision we're going for. Okay, let's start burning now. Okay, just keep a close eye on that. Yep. Right there. Okay. So our periaps is pretty close above the camp. I like that quite a bit. It looks like we are missing our camp just a bit, and I'm wondering if it just has to do with rotation of the planet. Might be okay though. We might be all right. But if we want to do this again, might be better if we help our like if we can get an equatorial orbit around this guy, that would be ideal. Because then we don't have to worry about rotation of the moon here. So okay. Then we'll just retrograde that. Keep the apoaps right there. I don't want it to shift. Oh, I just flipped it. Okay, perfect. So when it comes back around again, we'll do the maneuver. And we'll just make some final little adjustments to keep it. That looks like a collision course now. Lovely. But I want it to be pretty equatorial for the reason that we don't have to worry about. That looks good. I like that. It's a 25-second burn. Okay. So it keeps it pretty low. Low orbit. Comes around in a mostly equatorial. Actually, it's not equatorial at all. It's quite off if we're going for equatorial. But it's not possible to be perfectly on the equator because the camp is not at the equator. It's south of that, so. I think I need to keep an eye on this because it seems like the periaps slowly shifts further to the left. And if that's the case, and that's the case, you can't do this because then slowly the equator is or the campsite's gonna be in a weird position like this relative to our orbit. So it's not gonna work. So the only way we can make this work now, we might have to do an orbit on the equator. But how we'll fix this is let's see how are we doing on the fuel. We got lots of fuel. What will excuse me, what will fix the shifting because of the rotation of the moon is we'll just make it a looser orbit, not so close to the ground. Unfortunately, because keeping it close to the ground without having the moon rotate below us is just it's not possible because of the position of the campsite there. So we're gonna have to loosen it up, loosen up the orbit. So let's warp back over here. So what I'm gonna do, also it was about a 37, it was about a 40-minute rotation at that spot, or 40-minute orbit rotation. Jeez, but yeah, we have to loosen this up. It's the only way we're gonna make it work because that will give us the wiggle room that we need. I probably won't push out the apoapsis that far, probably somewhere in between. Okay, so we'll get up close to this again. I still want the periaps to be right here, above the camp. See how far over we've moved? So that's not gonna work. We need a flat equator orbit, so. And why is this doing the opposite of what I wanted? Is there something? Oh. Okay. Something's off. Why are you off? What's going on here? Okay, switch to prograde. What we need is a prograde. Why is it? It's so weird. Okay. So we'll warp here, do the prograde. I don't know why it was going backwards. That was the opposite of what we wanted with our maneuver. Did not look right at all. Okay. So we'll wait for the nav ball to flip, and we'll add it here. Okay. That should be far enough out. We got to put ourselves now on an equatorial orbit. So from here, we'll flip. So it's flat on. This won't be perfect, but it's close. Okay. And again, we want maybe a looser orbit. That might be good. And then from here, we can do minor adjustments until we're pretty flat. And it's going to be kind of farther away. But this will, it'll give us a little bit of like wiggle room as we come up and down. It's going to require some normal, anti-normal maneuvers to reach the station. So when we create our craft, they need to be ready to make that kind of ascent, so. And adjustments. So let's warp ahead. Perfect. Alright, so we'll start our burn. I'm not sure how we're gonna do on fuel after this burn. I mean, I know this is a fuel efficient setup, however, a minute and a half is a good amount of time to be burning fuel, so we'll see how it does. Okay. Doing alright so far. But yeah, but it has to be equatorial because there's no other way we can do it. If we do any kind of like polar orbit or whatever, the moon's just gonna rotate beneath us, and we'll be off, and we'll have to wait for a long time for like transfer windows to open up, and that's not what we want. I just want like access to the surface all the time, every time. So that's why we're doing this quick change. Okay, so we used more than half our fuel. Okay. Nail biter. I'm not sure if we can pull this off. Okay. I'm okay with that. It's not perfect, but it will be. Because every adjustment after this should be a pretty cheap burn. So, like little things like this. As we get make our orbit flatter. That's 19 seconds? Oh, maybe they're not cheap. So it's mainly because that engine is just not very powerful. Okay. So it's a 19-second burn, but it'll make it pretty flat. It's close. It ain't perfect, but it's pretty dang close, so. I'm hoping that minute and a half burned a lot of time off of that, so. Once the fuel runs out, the fuel runs out. We can't do anything else. And I do want... We do need to fix this, because it's kind of oval shaped. That will require a radial burn to fix that. So we gotta take that into account when we try to flatten our orbit here. As we do our anti-normal burns. Okay. Also, we have some review report. Yeah, we can send that out. Okay. Start our burn right now, since the engine is slow. And boom. Okay. So we should be pretty flat now. Not going to be perfectly flat, but that's fine. We do need to make a radial burn. In fact, we can probably do that where we're positioned. It's probably the best spot. The other best spot would be directly across the other side of the moon. So we'll do this. That will fix our periapse and apple apse. Of course, the periapse is never going to be directly over the camp because of the rotation of the moon. So I guess it doesn't really matter at this point. So at this point, it's just more important to keep it. We still got lots of fuel, so we're doing good. It's just to keep it as circularized as possible. That will make rendezvous in the future a lot simpler. Okay. I think we overshot it just a bit, but I'm okay with that. I can see that it's not perfect. Like maybe right here I could use a little bit of a fix in the, let's see, normal burn right there. Just a little bit. That looks like it's a 1 second burn, so that's nice. We are going the other direction, so it'll probably be more efficient if we just did it here. And then just went to that. Oh, maybe it doesn't need it. It needs to be the opposite. There we go. Okay. And that should be pretty flat. Yeah, it looks good. Alright, so that's what we're going to commit to. And then once we do that, we're going to dump our stage. Actually, I want to make sure that we are perfectly radial. I think we're pretty close, though. Maybe we don't need to. Yeah, no, we're good. We're dumping the stage after this. So we'll get close to that middle there, and then begin our burn. Nice and easy, like you do. Bam. Slightly overshot. I'm not going to worry about it too much. That looks pretty dang perfect. It's about as perfect as it's going to get, so I'm happy with that. Let's see here. I'm trying to decide, is that enough wiggle room to get something to fly up here to this orbit and then try to meet up, either to match or like change, adjust as I throw all the words out, adjust our orbit here to match this orbit. That might be the tougher part, because they're gonna have to fly this way and then slowly like do some anti-normal burns, normal burns, and then slowly catch up to it. So it's going to be a bit trickier, but it's going to be a lot easier than trying to adjust the space station every single time to fly over the camp here. So probably in the future, maybe we can get some camps to go through here. We got a little bit of a canyon, so we can make a little bit of a city moon colony thing going. We could probably get a camp going in this little canyon, because it looks kind of cool, to be honest. I mean, I think we got a good spot, but maybe we'll have to make a little road here. That's a lot of space to be driving. I mean, just this crater itself is huge. It would take at least 20 minutes to drive from edge to edge. So, I don't think I want to make this drive here. That's going to be like 3 hours, maybe even 4. 5. In fact, I'm going to say 5 hours, because that's a long drive, so we're not going to... I don't think I want to do that, but maybe we can probably place a few camps here. And also, but like I said, this is the Deep Space Gateway. It's supposed to give us access to the rest of the surface, so like right here is now an option for us to make a new camp. So there's lots of good spaces, lots of opportunity here. Oh, we got this sweet canyon right here. I would like to visit that. So lots of options, lots of things to do. So lots of places on the moon to explore. We do need to put a satellite in the polar orbit so we can start scanning the surface of the moon. That will help us with our mining efforts as well. So, cool. The next thing I wanted to do... Oh, wait. Before we do that, we gotta dump this stage. So let's extend the antenna. Now, again, we probably could have saved all of these stages, because it looks like it does have fuel to get back to Kerbin. Actually, I lied. Not this stage. This stage can't make it back. It's not powerful enough. If it did, I'd be surprised. I mean, I guess it's possible. I don't know. I'm eyeballing this just so you guys know. But there we go. So we got our station in position around the mun. So that's nice. So we're gonna crash this guy here. So long. There we go. Just have it fall directly to the ground. Straight down. Nice high velocity. Bam. So once we do that, yeah, I don't. You know what? Maybe it could have. It probably could have reached Kerbin. But there's no way to know now because we just sent this thing to its doom. We're gonna prograde. And we're gonna have this thing launch itself straight down to oblivion. So long. And there we go. Easy peasy. It says catastrophic failure, but that's what we wanted to have happen. Don't want space junk in space. Because it creates problems. Problem number one, it clutters up your map. Makes it really hard to see things. I mean, just look at our CubeSats. I mean, they make it pretty hard to see once in a while, so you have to like hide them. Just so you can see what's happening. And then like you have to hide all the probes, the drones, like everything. So this is what it looks like without the satellites. We don't even have a space station around Kerbin right now. We only got a station around the Mun. I mean, what we did before, but breaking ground required us to create a new save. So that's why we don't have a station here. And that's okay. So basically, without satellites, this is all we got going right now. And I'm okay with that. So, see. Oh, go back to the tracking station. Here, another loading screen. Sorry, guys. Let's take a look at where Eve is. It shouldn't have changed too much since we last looked at it. So Eve. So we're gonna probably, if we want to go to Eve now, because now it's moving away from us. It's moving faster than us and away from us. So if we wanted to catch up to it at this point, what would have to happen, so we're going to have to kind of shoot through the orbit here and try to circular slingshot around the sun's gravity a bit and then let it swing around and catch up again here. At which point, I feel like it'd almost just be better to just let it come back around again, if you ask me. So so this is what we'll do. We'll build the satellite. So we'll build the satellite, get it ready, and then we'll launch it. So we have to go forward to the future. It might be a year or so. So let's see here. We're gonna get this one. This is the most advanced of the robotics. And we're gonna add a nice big old satellite relay antenna and a backup just in case something happens to it. So I do want to place this onto a polar orbit around Eve if we can. So probably go to science. We're gonna add this because these require polar orbits. Or in this thing too. Now these guys are always kind of a pain in the butt. You know what? This might be a good time to experiment with the hinges. Let's do that. Let's go to hinges. Do we need a big hinge like this? Is that necessary? Probably a smaller one. Let's do that. Alligator hinge. What does that look like? That's huge. Jeez Louise. So I don't know how to work that work the robotics very well with this. So what we'll do, if I get this thing lined up. There we go. So, in order to make this fit in the fairing, we might have to do something like this. That way it'll fit better. And then once it's out into space, we can readjust it. I hope you can readjust it once it's already out there. And then once it's out, we can deploy it like so. Let's see here. Okay. Alright. I think that's what I'm gonna go with. So we need a battery source now. Let's add that. So we have 1,000 here on the bottom. Since it's gonna be closer to Eve, solar panels will be extra efficient. So we'll do these longer ones here so they can extend beyond the dish here, because that dish is gonna block some of the light to reach the solar panels. So I think that's what we need to do there. I'm gonna add one more here, so it's gonna be like 3. That's alright though. I'm gonna add a reaction wheel here on this piece. Okay. In fact, you know what we could do? Could move these little guys up a little further. That will open up some space for us to add more things. Actually, no, because then it's right by the dish, and that's not efficient. So maybe what we can do is just add more battery power right here. There we go. And then let's add some science stuff. I want to be able to start scanning I thought about like having this dip down low, just enough to get a little bit of Eve's atmosphere, but we'll lose the satellite if we do that. Maybe we can do the mystery goo on one end here. We'll do the temperature. We can do the gravity. And I believe that's all we can do. Okay, so that's what we'll do. I think that's it. There's nothing else that can be done. Okay. So that's our payload. So now we're gonna add tank. It's clipping a little bit. I don't know what's gonna make this work. It might just be better if we just got rid of the hinge and just placed it on here and just had it deployed already. That might just be our best option. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with that. Next I want to add tank. It's kind of a cool looking design. Who says it always has to be orange? Was there even a difference? Oh, I see. So that's a little different. It's kind of cool looking though. We'll keep that. I want to add a fuel efficient engine to this, however. Probably need to be something like this. So what I'll do is go back to the fuel tanks. add that. And that should be enough to help us hopefully circularize around the Mun, or excuse me, around Eve. This is going somewhere else, so I call this one the Eve satellite. Okay, let's retract these panels now. We don't need them extended anymore. So let's do our coupling. I feel like any kind of payload we add to this, like fairing wise, I don't think it's gonna be enough to encompass. Nope, it's not gonna be enough to fit that satellite. Otherwise, this would have been perfect. So unless we can think of something, what we can do about this guy here, we could. So bulky. So what if we did that? Let's see if we raise it higher. It's not clipping with the main satellite. There we go. Hey, we got it to fit. Okay, very nice. Very nice. Okay, I like it. Let's continue on. So we're gonna do an adapter. Oh, also, let's have this guy here. Auto strut, heaviest part. Yes. I'm gonna have these go down to the heaviest part. Reason being is that this, so just to keep this from wobbling around inside the fairing. And these guys here will be auto strutting to the root parts. Root part. There we go. That should help. This part, I'm not worried about this part, like shaking up. It's just right here where it's a lot of joints and stuff. So. Alright. We need to place some new tanks. Let's see here. This has to be an upper stage. But it needs a little bit of kick as well, because this has to go a long ways. So I want to add this. Now, is that going to be enough, however, to get us to where we want to be? Again, also, I just remembered, I don't want space junk, so this is going to be super far away, so at this point we'll just have this crash wherever it's headed, so... And that middle stage needs to be pretty buff too, so we gotta think about that. Oh, it's more than it needed. Oh, there might not be a correct shape, or a shape that works. This might be a problem. If we want to deorbit this, however, that is. So let's add that. We'll figure this out. We might have to do what we did last time. Have one of these guys connect to a little strut here. Place that there. It's going to need... We're going to add one of these guys to give us all the SAS options. Battery. So we'll have the battery here. And then also the reaction wheel. Power generator. I'm gonna only give it one RTS. That should be good. At least I hope it's good. I hope that's not too wide as well. I don't want the battery to cook. So do the move tool. Let's see, grab that strut, and then we'll just kind of try to hide that as much as we can inside this rocket. Yeah. I don't think it'll be possible. Not completely. So let's come back out. We'll do the move tools. The battery and reaction wheel are too big. So that's fine, we don't need a ton. Just enough. It was overkill anyway, but I just wanted to make sure, but sometimes it's not gonna work. In fact, if I'm worried about battery, just add another battery. There, now we have the same amount of power as before. Alright, so I'm gonna purposely kind of let it clip a little bit outside of the tank, just so I can see it. It won't affect the weight of the rocket too much, so it should be fine. It's not heavy, so we could, if we wanted, make it gold. It's not very what do you call it? Immersive, because in real life, having a gold foil like that would just get ripped apart trying to ascend into space. So let's do this. Let's start adding our next stage. Now we need a middle stage, and it needs to be a good middle stage, because this needs to carry us all the way from Kerbin to Eve. So it needs to be tough, it needs to be robust, it needs to get us there. So, it's gotta be a good one. Good middle stage. And it has to have enough fuel and enough thrust to get us there. I think this might be our guy. So, kind of a long stage. I don't know if that's too much. Maybe I'll add like 3/4 of that. Something like this. That might be more efficient. So let's try that. So we'll do this. And okay. All struts, root parts. Let's just get all this done so we don't shake our ship to pieces. Let's try. Okay, that looks good. Next up is the engine for this thing. I don't know. If I add this, it's gonna go through that tank real quick, so maybe we'll go back to that the bigger one. Have it bare. That should work. Alright, so auto struts. Root part. Add that. Make sure you're in the root part too, so you don't shake yourself to bits. And so there's our middle stage. I'm curious, however, slightly concerned that may not get us to Eve, because it's a lot of thrust for this kind of a tank. So I don't know. It might not. We'll find out here. We're gonna test it. So that's not big enough. I believe this is the next. Yep, that's the next one up. So okay. So we'll go here. So, I'm never the best at these interplanetary missions, but we're gonna make our best attempt. Okay. So I want a good-sized first stage. That'll hopefully get us to where we need to be here. Engines. So this guy's the biggest. I'm hoping that's enough. So we got a pretty big first stage. And a kind of a... It's not a very big middle stage. I don't know how the middle stage is going to do. That's my biggest worry, is that middle stage. It might have to be bigger. Or have more fuel with a bigger engine. I don't know. We'll see. Or maybe we'll just have to add another stage. We don't know. So let's just go with it. Start lifting this guy up. Because getting to Eve the way that I was suggesting, to go below its orbit, is going to take a lot of fuel. And it's going to be some expensive maneuvers that will have to be made. And we also have to circularize around Eve, which is also going to be expensive. Now there is a fourth and final stage inside the fairing here, but I don't know if it's going to be strong enough to slow ourselves down so we don't just shoot by Eve, but we actually stop and circularize around Eve. So let's start doing our gravity turn. We're a little late on the gravity turn. By a little late, I mean we're quite a bit late. That's okay though, I'm okay with that. Okay. Getting a little higher there. It's a lot easier to see now that I hit the satellites all over the place. Okay. So we're gonna stop right there. That should be good. We're gonna start working on a prograde here. We can't see the Sputnik line or our Karman line that we created just because I turned them off on the tracking station. Okay, so the first stage is good. We had a good first stage. But now we gotta circularize around this guy here. Alright. Okay, we're in position. Let's get ready. Let's launch, not launch, warp. Okay. Now, one thing I don't see very much are Eve space stations. Where are the Eve space stations? You see a lot of Dunna ones, but not Eve stations, so maybe we should think about that for a future stream. Alright, so the Mastodon is going. So this middle stage, this was my concern. Because we're still not circularized and we're already through a good chunk of our fuel. I don't think... Oh, you can try to save a little fuel here, dumping some of this fairing. That'll help. But, my concern is... Again, we have to reach Eve make an expensive maneuver to get there because our the transfer window is not exactly ideal. Now we could, like I said, wait for Eve to catch up to us again. Because right now Eve is ahead. And so in order for us to catch up to Eve, we'd have to get underneath its orbit and catch it somewhere along here before we came back around into Kerbin's orbit. And once we got up here, we'd have to circularize. And we're going to be moving really fast. With our little bit of fuel, we have to somehow figure out a way to slow ourselves down. So, do a prograde. Or not prograde. Well, let's just mess with our maneuvers. Let's see what we can get. Probably the maneuver will have to be here, on this side of Kerbin. So we'll do it on the back end. So we give ourselves a little bit of time. 33 minutes? We got, okay, that's plenty of time. So we'll have to figure out here. So. Oh. See, already I'm getting nervous. Ah. So in order to escape, we'd have to come out here. And if we wanted to, we can do either a radial burn and try to get closer that way. But however, that's expensive. Okay. So radial burns are expensive. Maybe if we add a maneuver, let's go back to the maneuver. To make it cheaper, so we'll just do the escape velocity, whatever that is. Okay, oh, there we go. Just a little bit past that. So we just need to escape Kerbin. And then from there, we could try doing a retrograde burn. See how that does. And still, so if we make Eve set our target. So if we approach here, it's saying Eve will so if we go here, by the time we reach our orbit, Eve will be here. It'd almost be better just to let Eve catch up to us at this point. So if we retrograded more, what would happen? So let's kind of experiment with this a little bit. I'm also seeing a couple of collision courses with Kerbin. Yeah, it's kind of a tough transfer window if we do it this way. I don't think it can be done from this position. Because in order for us to get anywhere, really, okay, that. Okay, so if we took off here, escape velocity. Now that kind of an orbit is not necessary, so let's do this. Oh, nope. Okay, if we came here, try to do some... I don't know. I just don't think it's possible, to be honest. Because if we escape the velocity, try to retrograde into the orbit we're gonna slow ourselves down, and Eve at that point will just catch up to us. And then from there, you might as well just wait for the transfer window. So, if we try to control it. Oh, jeez. Grabbing the nodes. Let's try to flatten that back up. Oh, I messed it up. Let's just start over. There we go. So if I do prograde, I'm trying to see if there's another position that will help. That'll let us intersect with the orbit. There we go. Okay. So we're kind of hitting it. If we enter the orbit, Eve is going to be here according to this. Interesting. Okay. Now that when we touch it, it's saying touch the orbit, it's saying Eve will be here. So we'd end up. I almost feel like Eve would pass us though. That just makes sense in my mind. However, I'm beginning to think that it won't be possible. That's probably our best bet right there, but like I said, at that point, we might as well just let Eve catch up to us. There we go. So there's the encounter. It's saying it's a collision course. So obviously we are going to correct that before we explode. So it's saying our middle stage can do most of this burn. I believe. Let's see here. It might still be possible. I don't think it is though. And by the time Evie gets here, we might as well just wait for it. So I think I'm just gonna do that. I think I'm just gonna wait for Eve to get around. So we're just gonna warp ahead. Oh, we can't. At least not at a realistic speed. So we're gonna have to go to the tracking station. So we're gonna just leave our satellite up there. And we'll just let Eve catch up to us. So let's warp ahead. And also, it'll allow us to get these other planets to kind of swing back around too. Opening transfer windows, but not only for Eve, but also Dunna. Here we go. Okay. Okay, so now we have a Dunna encounter that we can possibly take advantage of really soon. So I think I'm gonna stop. We can probably make a second satellite. I probably should have saved that last one. It should be in the autosave though. But yeah, let's get a second Dunna satellite. That'll be much easier. We can hit Dunna as well, so we can probably get Dunna and Eve in one go. So Eve satellite, let's call this one the Dunna satellite. Dunna satellite. Okay. And then let's go back to our tracking station. I'm gonna allow these to be turned back on. There we go. So that we can see them. Now see, those are probes, yes. Those are relays. Now there's a couple of the CubeSats that got this CubeSat here. it bugs me because it's categorized as a probe when it should be a or a, I don't know, whatever. Actually, they all should have been categorized as relays, not probes. Oh well. Another time. We could probably just take them down and just redo this. But at the same time, I don't want to do the hassle again. Because that was a pain in the butt to make that network. Yeah, anyway. So we got a Dunna encounter that looks pretty good. In fact, I almost want to just send our Eve satellite that was already up in space and just have it go for Dunna instead. Because, well, we're not making any changes to the satellite that we're building. So let's do that. So let's go to our Eve satellite. We can rename it to the Dunna satellite and just send it to Dunna. And then we'll wait a little longer for Eve because it looks like Eve's transfer window is still a ways away. So let's see here. So I'm going to rename you to the Dunna. And then we'll just rename the one in the hangar. So this is not a relay, this is a probe. Okay. Now, let's take a look. So we're catching up to Dunna now. I'm not sure if that's close enough. We might have to keep getting closer. But let's play with our maneuvers. Let's see what we can get. So add maneuver here. It's gonna have to prograde, escape velocity, and then from there, set Dunna as our target now. Look at that, so much easier. So we're still gonna send something to Eve, but right for now, that's a nice transfer window. So it does need to, if I can select that node without grabbing any of the maneuvers, because I always seem to do that. Oh, see how close we can get it. It's not the perfect transfer window. However, if I maybe add a little bit more prograde, that looks better. And a radial burn might be able to fix that last little bit. Oh. Controls are glitching out. Okay. Can we get a maneuver? It's a 58-second burn. It's that might not be enough. Maybe not. I don't know. So we got their encounter. So there's that. So basically, what's saying is we'll use the rest of that middle stage, and that's about half of the burn, and then that final stage, which I'm hoping can also circularize around Dunna, that'll give us the rest of the way that we need. So let's try it. So we're gonna start switching over. Our maneuver node is not for another 6 minutes, it says. So let's get up close here. So as we swing around, like I said, I'm hoping there's enough delta V to circularize around Dunna, because I think that would be cool. Let's get a little Dunna satellite going. It wasn't planned. It wasn't in the plans for today's stream, but why not? Alright, so we're going to start burning right now. It's going to create a little bit of space junk, but I kind of don't care. I wasn't sure what to do with that middle stage anyway, so. Okay, we dump it. Goodbye, middle stage. Now this one should be a little more fuel efficient. We can also extend our solar panel, so let's start doing that. Oh my goodness. Are we touching the atmosphere? Are we gonna burn up? Oh, we're in the Kármán line. / Kerbal line. Oh shoot. I hope it doesn't overheat. I really hope it doesn't. Oh, retract that antenna. Retract it. Retract it! Crap. The aero forces are gonna break something. I swear they will. I did not check that. Ooh. This thing is hot. It is hot. I'm also hoping that the aerodynamic forces aren't going to mess with our trajectory. It looks like they are a little bit. Crap. Okay, we might be cooling down. I think we're okay. Ooh, that was close. That was a little too close for comfort. I wasn't paying attention to that. Should have watched where we were going. But it looks like we're okay. We probably don't have our encounter anymore. Yeah, we're okay. That's alright. Yeah, we probably lost the encounter because of the hitting the atmosphere there, but we can get that back pretty easily. So let's just start a new maneuver. Get that encounter back. So it looks like we probably just slowed down a bit because we hit the atmosphere. So let's try to, let's see, is it prograde that will fix this? Retrograde? Oh, there we go. Very nice. I'm not sure why retrograde was the one to fix it. But there you go. So we got retrograde. We just need to do a 0.8 second burn. We're gonna start doing that burn now because at this point, you don't have to wait till like 5 seconds before the node. This isn't a precision approach, so. Okay. There we go. Now we got our maneuver. That looks good. And I feel okay with warping ahead. Let's see here. How are we doing? Okay. Oh crap. Why don't we have a signal? That's a little odd. I mean, we got our antenna. Oh, is it out of battery? It is. Gosh, mother. Ah. I should have thought about that. And this little guy. Alright. I don't want to start this over. So. We're just going to do this real fast. Give ourselves some electricity. Just to extend that solar panel again. Because I was going to do that. I pulled it back in because we hit the... atmosphere. There we go. Now we'll get our power back. And then make sure I turn that off too. So, there we go. We cheated a little bit. Sorry, guys. But for the rest of this, it won't be the case. So let's turn on our SAS. And let's get over here to where Dunna is. I think we'll be able to, we should be okay. As far as, like, being able to circularize and all. So let's warp ahead. I don't want to warp too far, too fast. Reason being, because Eve is going to come back up around, and I want to make sure we catch that window, so... But this was a good transfer window for us. That worked out very well. Now, in this case, I'm curious. So let's... While that's floating out there in space, doing its thing, let's go back to the Space Center and let's build our Eve satellite. And I want to get the Eve satellite up in orbit. And we'll start playing with the maneuvers there. So, let's get in there. We're going to have to change the name because it's not the Dunna satellite anymore. It's the Eve satellite. Ah! Okay, let's load that up. Eve satellite looks good. I'm going to add a tiny solar panel to the corners here, just in case we have another situation like before. So, and I'm going to move the mystery goo over here, and the gravitron. Everything else should be alright. Some of these panels won't be producing anything, and that's fine, I don't really care about moving them. Actually, even better, why not put it here? Like that. Maybe away from that dish, but... yeah, like something like this. Or maybe we can just litter it all the way across. That way we don't have that problem like last time. Okay. Other thing I want to do is... no, I think that's it. I think that's all I want to do. Let's just get it up in orbit. Oh! I do remember what I want to do. This middle stage. Huh. Actually, no, we'll keep it. It's fine. If it can reach Dunna, it can reach Eve. It's just a matter of flying. Okay, so we'll just launch that up, get it going. And then once it gets to about 150, 200 meters a second, we'll start doing the gravity turn. Nice and easy. Yeah, so we're doing a lot more than I planned originally for tonight, but hey, I mean, doing that and Eve in one go, why not? I do want to start working on some interplanetary missions now that we got our gateway station up and going. We are going to add to that station. Alright. Just make it above this Sputnik/Carmen line that I created earlier in a previous stream. So far, so good. This rocket's performing well. I think I'm gonna let the Apple apps get a little bit higher this time. Reason being, because the satellite went through the atmosphere when we tried to do our escape. So, here we go. We'll start prograding right there. And we'll actually got a little bit of fuel from our first stage to help us along. Thanks, first stage. You're a real pal. Alright. So, I'm gonna raise it a bit, because last time we tried to escape, we went through the atmosphere and I thought we were gonna lose the satellite, but we didn't. But it got pretty hot. It got very hot. So let's get rid of that fairing. And let's start circularizing. Also for our next escape, for Eve, we gotta make sure we don't actually travel through the atmosphere. Or go below the Kármán line, or the Kerbin line, or the little line that I created using the Sputnik satellite, so. Let's warp ahead. And I usually like to start burning about 5 seconds before the nodes. That's what I'm waiting for here. About 5 seconds in. Make sure the nav ball is on the maneuver node as well. And then we'll start burning. And then we'll dump our first stage here at this spot. And then we'll just continue on. There we go. Now I placed the Mastodon engine for this middle stage, so we can have a lot of thrust to get us to where we need to be. So we should be able to circularize now with the middle stage, and then have a little bit of fuel left over with the middle stage to get us to escape velocities and get us headed toward Eve. So very good, very nice. Now, the purpose of these satellites is just to kind of help us scope out a good place to start sending rovers for future streams. So we're just getting ourselves set up. So, and also now that we got a Dunna satellite, that'll help us scope out a good spot to start a colony. So I want to start a Dunna colony. Alrighty then. Now let's zoom out. Let's take a look at Eve's position. If we send the satellite this way, will Eve catch up? At what point do we have to well, let's experiment with it. Now that the satellite's up in orbit, we can just hang out there for as long as we need. Oh, don't warp. That's not what I wanted. Create a maneuver. That's what I wanted. And we'll see what we can get. So let's set Eve as our target. Set as target. And this is the part where you kind of play around with the nodes and see... Okay. So if you want to get to Eve, it's always a little tricky getting to these inner planets here. And it says we're on a collision course. What with Kerbin? Oh, with the Mun. Or something. What are we hitting? It's red. I think it's the Mun. Are we gonna run into the Mun? Why is it red? Alright. Whatever's clever, I suppose. So what I'm doing here now, I'm just kind of adjusting it, seeing what will get us closer to Eve's orbit. From here, we'll have to make an adjustment. So either we retrograde, or we can do a radial burn. Like so. But if we do a radial burn, Eve's gonna be way across by the time we ever even get close to Eve's orbit. So we'll be getting the orbit here. When we reach that spot, Eve's gonna be clear over here. So I don't think right now is the ideal time to send us over to Eve, so we will have to basically wait in order for us to do something like this. Eve would have to already be right here for us to meet it right there. I mean, that's the only way I see it, because everywhere else, I mean, that's the cheapest route. It's just kind of skim it right there. Anything else would just be ridiculously expensive. Even if we retrograde, fix the radial, like, oh, I mean, we could do it there. Look how it gets a lot closer. However, that's a very expensive burn. It's way expensive. So it's just not practical at the moment. So for right now, we'll just continue the warp ahead. We'll let Eve get to around this corner, and from there, that will make it easier for us to interact with it, or get an encounter. So we'll switch back to this satellite, and when Eve swings around, we'll just keep an eye on it from here. Because over here we already got our encounter. So we have to wait for Eve to get to right about here. So we'll just warp ahead and we'll just keep an eye on it. If it gets close to that spot, then we'll stop the warp. Alright. I just I heard a little chime here. See, Puffle Thump. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Alright. I hope you're having a great day. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Alright, so we're gonna warp ahead some more. Get closer to our encounter. Eve is not quite where we want it to be, because it has to be like right here from what we just examined. Relative to Kerbin, so kind of just behind it. That way when we send the satellite, we can catch it from over there. So I think we're going to encounter Dunna before Eve catches up to Kerbin. So we'll just keep warping ahead here. Let's take a look. How is this encounter going to look? Alright. Probably from here we can start planning our circularization. This is the part that I'm worried about. If there's going to be enough stopping power to get us around it. Let's see. Puffle Thump says, "Day is good, and I am enjoying the stream. You seem very knowledgeable about KSP." Thank you. I appreciate that quite a bit. I'm no Scott Manley or Matt Lowe, but if you can kind of picture a looser, more what's the word? Kind of wing it sort of player, then that would be me. I kind of eyeball a lot of stuff, but yeah, so they're definitely the best, but I know I won't lie, I can get some stuff. I can do some stuff on this game, so I'm not trying to toot my horn, but there you go. So thank you. Alright, so let's see, we're gonna start retrograding here. Let's see what we can get. Oh my goodness, that was odd. Let's try that again. And okay. We definitely can circularize. That is not a concern of mine anymore. However, I don't know why it's circularizing so much. So we gotta be careful. So if you overburn, it looks like we can actually crash into Dunna. And that doesn't seem ideal for me. Okay, there we go. So that looks like a good circle. It's quite far away from Dunna, so we're obviously going to want to free fall closer to it. But as far as just making sure we're circularized, that should be perfect. And then we do have a last and final stage on that satellite, so I'm feeling good that we can get into a polar orbit around Dunna. But as far as circularizing, it looks like we're good. So we are going to warp ahead some more. Let's just take a look at where Eve is at. Okay. So once Eve gets right here, we're gonna switch to the other satellite. And then we start. I would like to add some more stuff to the deep space station, the deep space gateway, whatever we called it. I would like to do some of that tonight as well. So we're gonna have to do a retro, or it's just maneuver. No, that'd be better. Get closer. Ah, yes, you can see it now. Probably can't see it on your screen, it's too small, but I can see Dunna. I can see its little moon that I forget the name of. Alright, we just entered into its sphere of influence. Now, we got a minute and 12-second burn ahead of us, so I would probably start burning. Instead of burning, like, I don't know, 5 seconds before the node, I'd probably burn like a full 30 seconds before the node. Eve is clear over there. I'm not going to worry about Eve anymore. Unless we do a maneuver that's going to take a few days. So, the rest of our maneuvers are... They seem to be about 30 minutes away, so... Free falling to Dunna, from this far away might take 6 days time. In Kerbin time, KSP time. So... Let's, In fact, I might even start burning a lot sooner than 30 seconds. I'll probably burn like a minute before. What does a minute look like? That's 5 minutes. Yeah, probably a minute before would be ideal. So I can be honest with myself here. Okay. I don't know why I keep getting those messages every now and then about the mun. The satellite has nothing to do with the mun. Oh, there we go. Stop warping. And start burning. So it's a minute and 10-second burn. And so we're going to circularize, and what I'm going to do here is once we circularize, I'm going to keep retrograde burning until we free fall right into Dunna. I don't know why I'm pointing at my monitor. You can't see what I'm pointing at. When we free fall to Dunna right here, we're just going to keep bringing down the periaps to, like, right up to it, so. I always, for some reason, I just think, like, if I point at the monitor, you know what I'm pointing at. I just gotta remember to point with the cursor. Anyways. Not important. It is important, but for me. It should be a behind-the-scenes thing. I'm bringing it to the front for everybody to see. How are we doing on fuel? Okay. I'm hoping that that last engine has enough in it to do the final adjustments that we need. Got 9 seconds left. So it's gonna be interesting what we can do with what we got left, so. Now we are circularized, 100%. So, from here, if we wanted to be fuel efficient, we'd wait till we get to our periaps here. Let's see which ones, or to the apoaps, and just kind of change our orbit from there. So let's see here. If I did it from the periaps, it's a 3-second burn, and we'd be right up to, oh my gosh. You gotta be careful with Dunna's moon. That thing can mess us up. But, are you currently in the asteroid belt? At this point, no. We've left the asteroid belt. The asteroid belt, I think, in KSP is like right here, around Kerbin. Um, I don't know exactly where the asteroid belt is. We could do an asteroid belt mission in a future stream, because I do want to start an asteroid space station around Kerbin. I think that would be cool. And then, if we do that, we would always have access to fuel up in orbit. So that would be, I think that would be cool. Anyway, so if we burn from the periapse, it's going to take 3 seconds to burn. If we do it from the apoapse, oh my gosh, you gotta be careful. That moon is going to kill us. The apoapse is 1 second, so it would actually be more fuel efficient here. We gotta be careful with that moon. That's gonna destroy us if we're not. If we play our cards wrong, we're dead. Oh, but you know what? If we do this, we can actually use Dunna's moon as a slingshot to save some fuel, get us into a kind of polar orbit. We can do that. That'd save us a lot of fuel, actually. For 1 second, 1 second burn. That's not bad. Not bad at all. It's 85 days away. That's the other thing about this. So, in order to get all the way back around to that maneuver node, 85 days. Something tells me Eve is going to catch up to Kerbin before we reach that spot. So let's do this. Let's skip ahead to the periapse, okay? It's 34 days, and we'll just zoom out. Keep an eye on Eve here. Because once Eve is right about here, that's when we need to send the other satellite out. And catch up with Eve. It's, oh, here's another asteroid just came in. Class E. It's a huge asteroid. Interesting. Interesting. But yeah, I do want to get, I do want to create a space station asteroid around Kerbin. So I want to get one of these asteroids and circularize it around Kerbin's orbit. I will admit, that's where I start to get kind of weak with Kerbal Space Program, is getting that asteroid to Kerbin. I can dock with it, I can interact with them, I can catch up with them, I can change their trajectory. It's trying to get it back to Kerbin that's tough. Alright, so Eve has not caught up to Kerbin quite yet to where I want it. So what we're going to do is cancel the warp, and we're going to re-warp to our other maneuver here. So it's 50 days. We're going to back up. Alrighty. Oh, that's looking promising. Eve. Alright. It's, Eve's not quite where I want it. We're going to test it out, but we have lots of time now that we are not warping. How far away is that? It's 2 days. So let's warp ahead 2 days then. I don't think Eve's orbit's going to change much in 2 days' time. Nah. Not at all. So, now that the orbit's 2 hours away, we're not going to worry about Eve for this next maneuver here. We're going to only focus on the satellite. Alright, 11 minutes. I would say we can start burning at about a minute away from the node here. So we got 2 minutes here, so let's fast forward. There we go. Perfect. 9 minutes and 8 seconds. So we'll just let that last 5 seconds shave off right there. And then we'll start burning. Woo! I remember that is a second burn, not anything more than that. Okay. Perfect. Now here's our new trajectory. We're gonna free fall toward Dunna, but we're obviously not gonna hit it. And we're gonna catch the Mun's sphere of influence. From here, we can actually swing by it, pick up some science on the moon of Dunna that I forget what it's called, Ike. Get some Ike science, send it back to Kerbin, and then it looks like Ike is going to kind of gravity shoot us over here. And from this spot, we can make a nice polar orbit. We'll use that momentum that Ike gives us to make a nice little polar orbit, and that's what we want. And then we can start scanning the surface of Dunna. So that's probably the most I want to plan ahead for now, because I'm pretty sure. How far ahead is this? 32 days. I feel like that's gonna make a change in Eve's orbit by the time we get there. So let's see. While that's free falling, let's get our little satellite in position for the nav ball. There you go. Come on. What are you doing? Control from here. Why are you not going onto the... Oh, because it's not in the sphere of influence. Of course. That's probably why. It'd be nice, however, if you just go to the maneuver node. I don't know why it's doing that. Anyways, I'm not going to worry about it right now. We're just going to warp ahead. Actually, no, I lied. We're not going to warp ahead. That's 32 days away. We are going to go to the tracking station. From the tracking station, we're going to go switch over to our other satellite. And we're gonna mess with the maneuvers, and we're gonna see if we can get an encounter with Eve. So let's see. There's our Eve satellite. Let's jump in the cockpit there. When I say cockpit, I mean let's remote control this thing. There are no Kerbals on this satellite because it's just a satellite. All right, so let's switch over to our maneuver node. Is there a maneuver node on this thing? No. Get rid of that. There should not be a maneuver node. Let's just switch over to prograde, so we're already in position. So Eve is here. You kind of need it to be here, though, in order to catch up to it here. At this spot. So, but we're gonna play around with the maneuvers real quick to see what we can get. If we can get a nice cheap burn, then we'll do it. So let's prograde. There we go. And I'll play around with this real quick. See if I can get it close to the orbit. So it looks like right here is the spot. And if we added a maneuver, if we retrograde, where is I don't see any nodes, so we're nowhere close to it. It's starting to seem like I don't know. Oh, here we go. I saw it. So still not quite ideal. If we wait, it's a 40-second burn just to get that close. If we do any more adjustments, it's going to become very expensive. Oh, come back. If I retrograde, because we have to slow ourselves down significantly to make that work. And I feel like, so we're already at 41 seconds, we'd have to lose that stage to make this maneuver. And I don't want to do that. So It's not ideal yet for an Eve encounter, but we're getting close. It's getting closer. I mean, if we did some adjustments, yeah, we could probably make it work. Get it closer, you know, a little more radial here and there, but as it stands now, it's too expensive to get to Eve. So there's the encounter. 41-second burn. And we'd almost be free falling toward Eve at that point. With this kind of a change, at that angle, it would be really hard to circularize around Eve. We would just be cruising. And I don't want to do that. I just kind of want to slowly catch up to it. That's better, because that's easier to circularize, so. We're not going to do that. We're going to keep waiting for the ideal time to catch up to Eve. So until then, let's switch back to our Dunna satellite, and we'll free fall to Dunna and slingshot off the moon, and then enter into a polar orbit. It's easy. That was totally planned out. I totally thought about that gravity slingshot. Just kidding, JK, I didn't. It was a happy mistake. We Bob Rossed it. That's what we did. Okay. Scott Manley, Matt Lowe, they probably would have looked at that and said, yeah, we can calculate the numbers on this trajectory. But not in this channel. In this channel, happy mistakes. I am an artist, by the way, so Bob Rossing stuff is how I roll. So, alright, so we're gonna back up. And as we warp ahead, we're gonna keep an eye on it. I think Eve has to be almost like right here. With Kerbin. Like, I know it can't be even with it, but it has to be somewhere behind it, and I think it's here. I think that's, yeah. Deployed science from the Mun. Do we have science from the Mun? Oh, the space station. The gateway has science that hasn't been deployed. That's what all these messages are about. Okay. So I'm feeling good about performing all our maneuvers without keeping an eye on Eve here. Because at this point, we're no longer a month away to get anything done. At this point, it's just a few days. If that. So we'll swing around. Let's get closer. Let's just make sure we don't actually hit the Mun. Or the Mun. Ike. I don't want... Oh, shoot. We are gonna hit Ike. Okay. That's why we check. So, let's do a few changes here. We need to do a little bit of a prograde, maybe. Or we can even just... If we retrograde a little bit. That might do it. Let's get rid of this maneuver here. Oh. Okay. So let's fix this so we don't die. If we prograde just a bit, there we go. Just so we skim the surface. And from here, we can do a retrograde burn. And that will hopefully get us in a better position. I don't want to orbit Ike though, I want to orbit Dunna. So So yeah, we'll probably end up doing something like this. I don't know. All I know is that at this current moment, we gotta make sure we don't crash into Ike. Because Ike will mess us up if we're not careful. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, did we lose signal? Why are we losing signal? Oh boy. Oh boy. We might have a problem. Is Dunna blocking the signal? I think it is. Crap. I don't think we're gonna get anywhere. Oh boy. Control locked. Oh! Guys, we might be in trouble. I think we're gonna crash into Ike. So that's F5. Because this might be a problem. Now I can't even tell if we're going to, ah, jeez. We're gonna hit it. Or maybe it'll pass us. I'm hoping maybe it'll pass us. I don't think that's the case, though. Because it's not saying we're gonna collide with it. But, like, I'm looking here. And, it definitely looks like we are. Do we have signal? Oh, we got signal. Okay, we gotta work. We gotta work quick. Prograde. So, let's just do a quick prograde so at least we know we're not gonna hit it. Because that trajectory looks sketchy at best. Okay. We're good. We're not gonna hit it. Jeez Louise. Alright. And from the parry apps, we can do a retrograde burn. Let's see, how close are we getting here to Dunna? At that point, it looks like it's a waste to keep going on the retrograde, so like, maybe right here. Looks good. That's a 1-second burn, so that's not bad. We got a decent amount of fuel on this final stage. This final stage does need to, it does need to crash. So let's extend this antenna as well. It might clip into this. Yeah, it did. I don't care though. Because we need as much signal as we can get. So let's log the gravity data. Send that back to Kerbin. Make sure we got the battery to justify all this stuff that we're going to do here. Log the temperature. Of course, you know, logging temperature in space always gives you that result that you can't actually log temperature in space. Is that everything? Oh, we got the goo. I want to do that around Dunna, though. So, I want to wait. And, I think that's it. We can probably get... no, we can't get an orbital survey. That's okay. In the future, maybe. For now, we just want to save our poor little satellite from death. Okay, I'm hoping we have a signal when we get around the back here. It's gonna be sketchy at best, but we should be alright. It's gonna lose signal when it rolls around the back of Ike. We're gonna lose control of it right there. But according to our trajectory, our planned trajectory, we should be okay when we swing back around again. So here we go. Making our new changes. Bam. That's good enough for me. So now I know that satellite's not going to crash into anybody. It's going to swing around here, and at this point, we'll do a retrograde, and everything will be dandy. It'll all be okay. Alright, so Quit bringing that up. Okay. Polar orbit. That's a 15-second burn. I think... Whoa. That's a collision course right there. Let's fix that. 13-second burn. I'm okay with that. Before we even do this, however, I think we should probably dump that final stage. And we should use our remaining fuel in this stage to do that final circularization and adjustments, because we are getting close to the last bit of fuel on this guy here. So we should probably start thinking about dumping it. Letting it crash into Dunna. So, oh, you know what I should have done? I should have put some atmospheric measurements on this guy, so he can actually like pick up some science, and maybe, I mean, there would have been plasma blackout, but maybe we could have sent back some science on the surface of Dunna, but we didn't. So, but maybe something to think about in the future. So, all right, so we can make it more polarized later, but for now, it's a 13-second burn. So yeah, I don't think I want to use that stage. It does not have 15 seconds left inside of it, so I don't want to use that stage for this maneuver here. So we'll use that stage. The remaining fuel, we'll just let it crash into Dunna. Because if we perform that maneuver, like, yeah, we can probably get to this position that we were looking for, but I just don't think it will have enough left over to avoid space junk. So right here is what we're going to say goodbye to our stage. And I'm going to switch over. Now I'm going to do I'm going to let flip retrograde. There we go. Just do a nice light burn to avoid destroying our satellite, or solar panels. Okay. And from here, we'll do our final approach. Hopefully there's enough fuel in this. Yep, there is. Okay. This guy is on a collision course to Dunna. We don't have to worry about space junk anymore, which it will be great and nice. So, oh, and we just lost signal with it. So, goodbye. Dunna satellite. Okay. What's up with that? Oh, I see what that is. Kerbin cannot communicate with this guy. It's communicating through this satellite here. So, that's how he had control with it. So, switch over to that satellite. Thank goodness for that satellite. Okay. Now this guy will be performing the maneuver node. Oh, we're past our maneuver. Shoot. Let's just start burning right now. So this should have plenty of fuel to do whatever we like. Very good. Let's take a look at this. Excellent. Beautiful. And maybe a little bit more. Okay, I like that. I'm also gonna switch to a prograde position real quick. I'm gonna raise it because I don't know exactly when Dunna's atmosphere starts and ends. Alright, so we're gonna do a retrograde here. And even straighten up our straighten up our orbit. There we go. That should be right on. It will lose signal a bit with Kerbin, but that's okay. It'll only do that when it goes into the dark side. I'm thinking about sending our CubeSats over here. My only worry with the CubeSats is I feel like Ike is gonna mess up their orbits and just kind of like flinging around satellites into deep space. So I feel like the CubeSats would eventually get destroyed because of Ike. Because really, it's difficult to have an orbit further out on Dunna because of where Ike's position is. Alright. And also, why would you want to orbit for so far out anyway? I mean, I can understand if you're trying to make a relay. But if you're trying to make like space stations or whatever, like you want closer to Dunna. I'm trying to decide right now, or maybe just trying to get a few ideas of maybe where we could land. I think the canyons would be fun to land in. So maybe that should be something to consider. Uh, let's warp there. Okay. There goes that stage. It just crash landed onto Dunna. Yeah, 17-second burn ahead of us. We should still have lots of fuel. But we lost. I didn't think about this. We lost the signal. So in this case, we have to make our maneuvers. We could probably fix it. Oops. I'm thinking here. But we can probably fix our orbit. Why is it doing this? Okay, just X. So long, maneuver. Oh, it won't let us do anything with it. That's right. Okay. Because we don't have a signal. If we come out the bottom here, we'll probably get a signal. I think we can make an orbit like this still. If we do a few radial burns, and anti-normal burns, and we should get pretty close to this same bit. So let's just exit out the bottom here, where the signal starts. Come on. Work with me. I want to warp ahead. Okay, we'll just do this. We'll manually do it. There we go. Starting to get a signal again. There we go. Let's get rid of that. We'll just make a new one. So, maneuver. Let's do a retrograde here. We're just going to need a radial burn. And it's going to need an anti-normal burn in order to get a nice straight orbit. Possibly more retrograde, radial. So, that's the kind of orbit I was looking for. It's pretty straight on. Looks good. We'll have a few troubles trying to scan everything, but I think we'll be okay. We should probably start sending some CubeSats around Dunna as well. Or maybe just another satellite on an equatorial orbit. But we have to wait for another transfer window because the transfer window is long gone as far as Dunna goes. So we have to wait a whole year again to get to that point. Okay. Eight seconds we're away from our burn. So let's start burning now. Very nice. How are we doing on fuel? We got stupid amounts of fuel. Very good. Okay. We are now on a polar orbit around Dunna. So we can start doing this. Perform orbital survey. Very good. Done. Look at that. We got all of the information. Resources or average. Okay, cool. I'm gonna turn that off because it kind of bugs me to see all the colors. But there we go. We got our little satellite around Dunna, taking pictures, doing all the things. Kerbal net access. Look at that. Let's fix the field of view. I don't like it when it's so up close in your face. So there you go. Looks good. Let's see if we can get a red one. There we go. That looks nice. And okay, so mission accomplished here. We're gonna deactivate this engine as well. There's no need to keep it going. Because this is the orbit that I want this guy to have forever. Oh, science. There's a few more things of science that we can do. Looks like we're slowly gaining energy back, but we gotta be careful. So log gravity. Let's send the gravity measurements back. Oh yeah, we should have plenty. Log temperature. Send that back. So, just getting a little bit of science from doing it here. Let's do our mystery goo. And there we go. Send that back. Yes, it will render our satellites science here useless after we use it, because there are no engineers on board this thing to fix it, or scientists. So that was a one-time use, but we got our data, and it looks good. So all right, mission accomplished. Go to the tracking station. I like to see, I believe it's in the tracking station where you can do this, like check out all the science that you've gathered from all the planets. Let's see here. Is it the tracking station? Maybe it's not. Anyway, let's take a look at Eve. Eve is still kind of far away. And Dunna is now behind us, so our transfer window there is now gone. Jewel. I would like to send something to Jewel in the future. I'd like to get like a little satellite floating around Lathe. I think that would be cool. Look at that. Got some interplanetary stuff going on now. Very cool. Okay. Oh, look at this. I just saw that there's some signals from the Mun too getting sent over to Dunna. So where's our deep space platform here? We do need to send some of that science back, because it keeps making that that message that it can't transmit the science. I don't know why, but anyway. So let's see here. Let's transmit the science before we end up going behind it. So let's do that real quick. Where is the satellite? Here we go. Transmit data. Okay. Crew reports. Oh, I guess it already did. There is a little bit of science that we can do here. We can do observe these materials. Module inoperable. It's okay. We can fix it from here. We have a scientist and an engineer on board. Check this out. Oh, don't shake the whole thing though. Okay. Restore it. Okay. Very nice. You can go back inside. My Kerbal friend. Grab onto this. Get on board. Bam. And, oh, you know what? We also have some mystery goo we can observe as well. The goo feels right at home here. Well, good to know. Okay. Is there anything else that we can do on this station? Oh, let's extend these solar panels. We do have some solar panels that could be extended. We can deploy the scanner, even though it's at the moment it's useless because we don't have yeah, we don't have a satellite on a polar orbit scanning this thing, so or scanning the mun. So for right now, not much going on, but that's okay. So let's go to our tracking station again. And we're going to warp ahead. Probably for a future stream, for the Deep Space Gateway that is, it would probably be a good idea to add a docking station, like a bunch of docking ports. Oh, so it's the camp. The camp is talking to Dunna. Very cool. And so is the station, because it was right here. It was swinging around the mun. So the station and the camp are talking to Dunna, even though it's not the ideal signal. It looks kind of yellow in contrast to this other one. But very nice. So sounds like we'll get some good coverage of Dunna if we can get a CubeSat mothership over there. So that would be cool. And I think what I'll do, I'm probably going to retire some of these CubeSats floating around. Because it's kind of unnecessary. It's overkill. And we just don't need it, so. But it's cool. I mean, we accomplished a mission to make sure we covered every bit of Kerbin's surface with a signal, so we didn't lose control of drones on low Kerbin orbits. But yeah. So let's see here. Eve satellite. So this guy needs to get over to the Eve planet. Let's warp ahead. We're gonna let it warp ahead just a bit and we'll get Eve like maybe right here. Yeah, that's gonna blink. That's expected. That's the satellite going behind Dunna. When we get one more satellite on here, like I said, or that little CubeSat network, this shouldn't be a problem anymore. We'll probably need like one more equatorial satellite, and that might help out a little bit, but like further out to where Ike won't affect it. Kind of where we had it before, in that huge orbit far, far away. That was like a month away from Dunna still. So that's probably what we'll do on the next satellite to Dunna. That way we won't have that little blinking effect going on. But for right now, I'm happy. Okay, you know what? Let's stop that warp right now. That looks much better. So let's see if we can get a cheap burn out of that transfer window. So this should work out. Prograde. And go into our map view. Now Eve is here, and we need to try to meet Eve somewhere around this area here. I still think it's a little bit soon for the transfer window, but it's definitely looks much better. So let's just experiment with it now. Add some maneuvers. In fact, I think I'm just gonna add the maneuver behind the satellite, so we don't get that weird wonky, like you can't control it anymore, or make adjustments to your maneuver. So let's see here. So if we do it here, try a radial. Oh, we're on the collision course with Kerbin now. Here we go. So if you see it enter the atmosphere, or the orbit, then you know you're touching it. So at that point, it's about adjusting where your orbit here will be to meet up with Eve. And I need to check also to make sure they're not going to like send themselves through the atmosphere like we did last time. So, alright, that's not bad. We're kind of going up a little bit, but that's fine. That's okay. Alright. Add maneuver. And this is the part where we try to figure out what we can do. Oh, look at that. Look how close we are. Very good. That's much better. So maybe not retrograde so much, but... oh, maybe we do. It's, if we did radial, how would that affect stuff? So, what's going on here? Why are we not getting an encounter? It appears that we got the anti-normal tilt. That's probably from result of us moving up. There we go. Very good. That's the kind of encounter we want. That is a collision course with Eve, so we'll have to adjust. But that is the encounter we want. Cool. We got a nice cheap path to Eve. This looks good. I like it. Alright, Eve, here we come. I don't want to wait any longer, so we're just gonna go. We are gonna take this route. And so we'll warp ahead. Oh, also, I just remembered, I still want to make a landing on Minmus tonight. So we're going to do that too. Okay, 8 seconds to our burn. We're going to wait till 5 seconds and go. There's the Mastodon engine doing its thing for the last little bit of the burn. And then we'll dump it as soon as the fuel runs out here in just a second. Bam. And we'll launch the next one. Get it going. Looks good. Looks good. And we should have enough fuel to circularize with this stage around Eve as well, so... I'm feeling pretty good about this burn, or about this route that we picked. Okay, 8 seconds left. Now usually with these kind of burns, it's really hard to get it perfect. So you tend to have to make adjustments again. So we probably don't have that encounter. Yeah, that's what I thought. So we don't have the encounter anymore because usually it's pretty tough to get that exact trajectory, but we can definitely make a few adjustments. There we go. And voila, we have our encounter again. Let's just make sure I didn't do any goof ups this time. No mess ups, oopsie doopsies, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, we're not gonna have any issue with the atmosphere this time. For those of you that were still here from the beginning of the stream, we almost cooked the satellite that we just sent to Dunna. Because it went below the Kármán line / our Sputnik line that we created. Here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. So I create in every save that I make, I create a small satellite called Sputnik around Kerbin. And that indicates where the atmosphere begins and ends. Hashtag the Kármán line. And so there you go. Anything below that is atmosphere, and that's what happens. Our satellite dipped below that line a little ways, and it got hot, but it didn't burn up. So anyway, I think we're good. Let's extend our solar panels before we make that same mistake as well. Last time we ran out of battery. I did add these to avoid that from happening this time around. So here we go. These solar panels should also be extra efficient since we're going to Eve. It's closer to the sun, so our next burn is a 31 second burn. Shouldn't be that bad. We should still have fuel to circularize around Eve and also adjust to make a polar orbit. So let's warp ahead here. Also, yeah, it's gonna keep blinking like that. The reason it's blinking is because the satellite here at Dunna is going behind Dunna, where we can't get a signal on it. Alright, keep getting closer to that poor favor, please. 2 hours away. I want to get a little closer than that. Like maybe a minute away from the node. It doesn't have to be like 5 seconds like what I like to do during like the Kerbin missions. Like when you're up close to Kerbin, I like to burn 5 seconds before the node. But when you have missions like this, these long distance ones, I like to burn like a minute before. So we're getting closer. And for those of you that are wondering why I'm not using the period and comma buttons to warp ahead, it's because it's easy to overshoot, and in something like this, I don't want to overshoot it. So I like clicking and knowing that I'm not gonna overshoot my my node here. So start our burn. Okay. Everything's looking good. Take a look at our trajectory here. Make sure it matches what we planned out. It's getting there. Almost, almost. And bam. And just nip it in the bud. There we go. That's really good. I am actually quite excited about this maneuver now. So we're gonna swing right there. We're gonna try to circularize. Okay, so it looks like we will be spending that stage slowing ourselves down here. So it looks like it is more expensive to slow down around Eve than it was for Dunna. But not by much, but still gonna... So I'm hoping... Ooh. I'm hoping we can pull it off. There's quite a bit of fuel in that final upper stage. In the satellite itself. Let's see here. But I mean, that's what we want. And that looks like a polar orbit as well, so that will save us some adjustment maneuvers. So let's, it's 59 days away, huh? So let's move ahead. I wonder if there's any of these other spots that'll save us burn time. Probably not. Yeah, that's alright. That's okay. But we're gonna warp ahead. 58 days. We don't have any missions now that are like time sensitive, so we can just confidently warp forward with no issue. Alright. Eve, 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 Eve. What is going on? Look at you. Oh, we got Geely over there too. We gotta be careful. Or we'll have another Ike situation. It's not as bad here on Eve as it is with Dunna, but because Dunna's moon will mess up your satellites if they get too far away. Or if they get in the wrong position. So burn time, 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Okay. But so far, I'm actually quite happy with the stage. It's done well. I am afraid we're gonna end up with space junk though on this mission. I think that's okay though. A little bit of space junk never hurt anybody. uh, and actually it can possibly even act as a relay. Who am I kidding? That satellite, this antenna's too small for that. It won't work. So that's fine. Okay. One minute away. That looks good. Stop warping per favor. We'll start our burn. And then, excuse me. Let's deploy the scanner too. Use what's left of our fuel in here. I would like to send a satellite close to the sun as well, like really close to it. And like come up with ways to keep it safe from the heat. Alright. Like I said, it's gonna be a little bit of a longer burn, but that's okay. Because once we pull it off, we're good. Once we circularize. I'm hoping we can do it. We're still moving pretty quick. However, we've got to get this thing close to 0. Well, not 0, but it's got to be low. It can't be that high. Okay. This thing is all used up. So we'll say goodbye to that final stage and we'll launch this stage. Goodbye. We'll see you again never. Alright. Now this little guy here has quite a bit of fuel, so I'm hoping it can circularize. I think it will. I think we're good. I like how he looks. It reminds me of like a little ladybug. Alrighty. Getting closer. Bam. Good enough. Alright, so what we'll do here is we'll swing around. And we'll retrograde. Since we're already in a polar orbit, that's perfect for us. That's exactly what I wanted. Was a polar orbit. Alright, let's see. I think that's about where we want it to be. Okay. So we'll warp ahead. And it appears that this little guy is actually talking to Kerbin on his own. So Maybe it will act as a relay. However, I don't know how the battery. I mean, it'll last as long as the battery lasts, but if I put an RTG in there, which I think I may have, then it'll last forever. It'll be fine. But there's no solar panels or anything generating power on that little guy, so once it's out, it's out. And I think I put an RTG on one of them. And I can't remember if it was the one in Dunna or the one in Eve, but yeah. So we'll see if it runs out of power or not. Looks like it's still going. It also appears like it's talking to Dunna as well. That's pretty cool. We'll get a nice little network going. Hopefully, even with this relay here, it'll help with the blinking on Dunna when it goes behind the planet. So we'll see, we'll see. Alright, let's warp a little closer. Okay. That looks good. And we'll start our burn. 40-second burn. 40 seconds. Jeez. Alright. Well, it's got to be done. If we want to get into a decent orbit. How's the fuel? So we're going to start expending about half our fuel so far. Should be okay. I mean, there's a lot of fuel still in that satellite. Like, I don't think we're going to use it all. Alright. And now, from here at the periapse, we'll do another burn. This one, hopefully, is cheaper. And that looks like the good orbit that we're looking for. So, at that point, I think we're good. So let's warp ahead again. Yeah, I think I'm just going to leave that little relay, little space junk over here because it seems to be helping with our signal. So, I mean, I try to avoid space junk, but in this case, it's helping us. And it looks like it's helping Dunna as well, so I'm not seeing a lot of blinking going on. Okay, maneuver node. Let's warp ahead a little bit closer. There we go. 30-some seconds. I think we can do that. It's going to be running on fumes once we actually perform this thing, but I think we got it. Yeah. Eve. Yeah, it's not every day that I get to visit Eve, so I'm kind of glad that we did this today. Starting to get these interplanetary missions going. Very good. Very good indeed. Alright, so let's start our survey. There we go. Bam, nailed it. And we'll check the Kerbal Net axis. Alright, and we'll change that to a higher. Let's refresh. Oh, we don't need it that much. Okay, it's quite a bit smaller than Dunna, it looks like. That looks good. I like that. And let's make it purple. And I think that's good. So they'll yeah, that thing will just be scanning the surface, and we'll start getting some rovers on some of these planets here, and start exploring. So I'm excited. I don't even know what Eve's little, I don't know, like the rocks or whatever on Eve. I have no idea what they look like, so I'm actually interested in seeing that. So, um, let's go to their space center. Oh, forgot to do our science. We gotta do science on Eve. We can still get gravity and temperature and mystery goo. So, okay, we gotta go back. Sorry, guys. One more loading screen. Another loading screen. I know. Um, Eve satellite. Oh, there's that debris. Here we go. That is the satellite we're looking for. So let's fly this thing. Okay. We gotta get the science. Gotta get the science. How could I forget? How silly of me. Okay, science. So the gravitron. Oh, excuse me, I am yawning a little bit now. It must be 11 o'clock. Oh, it's midnight. Alright. So let's log the gravity. There we go. And, okay, it looks like we sent it off. Let's do the mystery goo. Send that out. Yep, transmit the data. It's gonna ruin it, but that's okay. That was expected. Since we don't have scientists, it's a one-time use. Where's the temperature gauge? Here it is. And we'll log the temperature. And even though it's pointless to log temperature in space, it does give us science whenever we're in a new place, like Eve here. Let's turn that color off though. That's annoying. So let's go to the toggle overlay. There we go. It should make it go away. There we go. Much better. Yes. Alright, now we got our science. Let's go back to the Space Center. Good grief. Now we know how much gravity is on Eve. And of course we already know for a fact that Eve has high gravity. So, and a thick atmosphere. It's kind of like the Venus equivalent of the solar system. See, research and development. I wanted to see what we got. We picked up a little bit of Dunna in high space. 3 reports. Yep, we got some stuff. So I like checking out what we got here. All right. So we got 2 science reports found out of the 34 that's possible for Ike. 3 for Dunna. So yeah, we still don't even know a lot about Kerbin. 8 science reports found out of the 34. We got a lot of research done on these subjects. Excellent. Situations, we got surface landed and in space low orbit. So there you go. Pretty cool. Still a lot to learn here. Basically got nothing on these other things. I would love to see Elu, and I've never actually landed on Elu, so I want to do that. But we can't do Elu tonight. Another day. But we do want to do... I did want to land on Minmus. Because we got satellites on Dunna and Eve. But we haven't seen Minmus. So, let's do that. We're going to make us a new lander. We're going to Apollo style this thing as well. Even though I don't think it's necessary. Minmus lander. Okay. So with the Minmus lander, I kind of want to do a command pod. Because these other ones, they only carry 2 people, and sometimes I like to have an engineer to come on the mission. So let's get. Oh, here we go. Got everybody. Got the A team. Get the lights on. I want to add, because this thing has to return to Kerbin. So let's prepare it for that first. So we'll add the shielding. Let's add some parachutes. And I always forget what the right amount of parachutes is, but 4 should be plenty good. For a small capsule like this. Alright. The next thing I want to do, could add that, or we can add this one. That's the better one, I believe. Okay. That thing is definitely gonna stop. Next up would be the return home fuel. So we gotta make enough fuel on this thing to take us back home. So I think if we did this, oh, we need a coupler. There we go. If we did this, then we would want to have, I'm thinking between the engine that we used on the last mission. Not sure how this does. It says uses liquid fuel and oxidizer. I've never tried this kind of fuel engine, so interesting. Maybe we'll put it in the candidates. It seems to be a lot more efficient in the vacuum of space than like the Poodle, for example. That's my other choice that I was thinking about, and then also the Terrier. This one's much more fuel efficient, smaller engine. I'm not sure if it's, I think this guy might be our winner here. 375 kilonewtons in the vacuum, whereas this little guy does 60, but it's pretty good. It's just a smaller engine, so it'll last forever. And then the other one, that was it called, the Poodle, it does 250 in the vacuum of space. So I think the Wolfhound is our winner here. So let's do the Wolfhound. Oh, you know what? Let's check the fuel efficiency. How much does it use? So it's using 6.5 per second on the liquid and 8.012. So let's check out the Wolfhound now. Oh, this is where it gets you. See, I like the Terrier, but Terrier doesn't have alternators, so it doesn't generate power. Yeah. The Terrier is cool. That's what we just used to circularize around Dunna. Drek Forever, how you doing, by the way? Good to see you again. What's up? Yeah, maybe we can try the Terrier. I mean, actually, we'll probably add the Terrier on the piece. We're gonna get rid of this parachute on the piece that's gonna break off and land on Dunna, or Minmus. Then put the other engine on. All right, there you go. Other engine is on. Yeah, I'm gonna put this one on the other piece. So I'm gonna make a smaller lander can right here. This will be the one that Jeb and what the scientist, which I always forget the name. Bill. No, Bob. Bob and Jeb will be on this. So let's go back to coupling. docking port. Oh. That looks good. And then we'll add another one. Like this. Now this has to be upside down. Or does it? Be whatever we want it to be, actually. But it is upside down. And that's fine. I think that'll just be easier to control it that way. Let's add... Not bad. Good to see you too. About to do my first Mun landing, science experiments, and find some rock. Nice, man. Good luck. Let me know how it goes. I am interested in hearing about your Mun landing. That's probably too big of a... That's too big of a reaction wheel. We don't need it that big. So let's do this. Let's do... Auto strut the grandparent part. Nah. Heaviest part. Because it's gonna disable it. It's gonna detach. So the heaviest part will be here. So that's why we're gonna put it there. Okay. Let's take a look at... I'm gonna take off this battery. It's kind of pissing me off. I want I want a smaller one. It does not need to be that big. So let's do that. That's much better. Oh, it might be a little too big for that one. How about you? Nah. This seems like a decent size. I would like it to face upward, but I feel like if we do that, it's gonna clip. Yeah. We could rotate as well. If we stuck it here, and then just use the rotate tool, that might work. Okay. And we just kind of press it further into the capsule there. And now it's clipping. Again. I think that's good. That looks fine. Hopefully it doesn't mess up the weight ratio too much. In fact, to avoid that, we can do this. Let's just put the battery on this side. And that should help even things out a bit. So now for science, this thing is going to be sciencing the crap out of Minmus. Gonna add that there. Put all the science things. Seismic reader. Oop. Yep, that one too. Could do a surface scanning one. Yeah, we'll stick it here. And we'll... Let's see here. I'm gonna push it further inside a bit. Oop! I just heard my headphones. Ah. They just chimed, letting me know that the battery's low. Give me 1 second. As I blind myself with my strobe light. There we go. 1 second. Okay. Just need to charge the headphones. Okay. That looks... I'm okay with that. I don't care if it's off center a bit. I'm gonna put the atmospheric thing on here. I know there's no atmosphere around Minmus, but the Kerbals don't know that. For all they know, Minmus is made out of mint chocolate ice cream. So that's what we're gonna do. So I think I think that's all the science that we can throw on there. Maybe we can throw this on here, why not? Bam. Alright, let's see here. It's kind of a small tank, yeah, it's not gonna work. I believe the one we want is this. And yeah, there we go. That looks better. We're definitely gonna need a ladder on this. Let's do utilities, ladder. Just make sure the ladder extends in the correct direction. That looks good. We are kind of designing this thing upside down. Lander legs. That's the next thing we're gonna need here. It is Minmus. We probably don't need the big ones. Probably just get away with these small landing legs here. But if we wanted to be crazy, we can add these bigger, beefier ones. It's definitely overkill. In fact, I almost don't even want to do it that way. It's too much. Okay. That looks good. Maybe we should just leave it like that. Oh, that won't work. The reason is it's the engine is lower than the landing legs, so I have to raise it here and just kind of hope. I'm trying to eyeball it here, but I think that's just how we're gonna have to do it. Yeah. Yeah, let's just do it like that. I do want to add some lights to illuminate the ground below us. Ugh. Can we get away with that? Maybe we can just rotate it and fix that. Oh, I had it. There we go. Very good. Let's turn the lights on. Bam. Oh, there's a little bit of clipping going on. Let's see if we can avoid doing that. If we can raise it just a bit. There we go. Yeah, I don't like it when it clips. Alright, that looks good. Let's start retracted. I'm gonna add some remote control capabilities on this, on the off chance that something happens, because if you guys remember the last time on the moon landing we had some issues, and if we had something that can do some SAS abilities, that would have made our lives much easier. Let's take a look what we got. SAS. So we got stability assist, prograde, radial, maneuver hold. Oh, that's what we want. Target tracking. Okay. So it's got all the things. I don't think it has a reaction wheel that comes with it. So there we go. We'll just place that one on there and call it good. And there's a reaction wheel already in this thing, so we should be good. This should be plenty of fuel for this tiny little lander. This should be enough fuel to get back to Minmus. And alright, so let's start working on the rocket. Did I say back to Minmus? I meant back to Kerbin. Back to Kerbin. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Oh jeez. Oh dear. Where's the fuel tank I'm looking for? That's the one. Alright. We're gonna add the skiff. I like the skiff a lot. It's fuel efficient and it's a really good upper stage engine. Okay. Um. Yeah. Yeah, let's just go with the skiff. So we got the upper stage, just for the module that's gonna be floating around Kerbin. Oh, I just thought about this, but I do want remote control abilities on this. The reason, again, if you have trouble maneuvering, uh, we just gotta make sure that our engineer can fly the ship. So I think what I'm gonna do here is I'm actually gonna try to get the ablator off. I'll put the ablator back where it was. I'm gonna place these guys right here. That way I'm not worrying about the stuff exploding on re-entry. Let's add some solar panels to charge that battery. And if it's going to be remote controlled, then we're also going to need a mode of communication. So I'm going to add this satellite dish here. That should be good. That way, whoever's flying this can fly it and help maneuver. I'm going to turn off the RCS on the capsule here, because the RCS on this is annoying and hard to control. And I don't like it, so... I'm going to place some tanks right here. Oh, we got some clipping. Let's avoid the clipping. I don't like the clipping. We'll do that. There we go. Yeah, that looks good. And we'll add some RCS thruster blocks. So, place one here. And place one there. I'm hoping... I might need to add a bit of a structural piece here. Like this. And I'll tell you why. I need a spot to place the thruster block to keep it even, because if I place it on the slope, it's going to mess it up. And it'll make this thing kind of hard to control. Now what we could do... if I add coupling here... I don't want to make this a stage, but if we added... another... couple, like, stuff to dock like this... that would make my life a little easier. Looks wonky, but yeah, then we can dump this. We don't have to worry about carrying that with us on the re-entry. So, yeah, let's do that. Let's do the auto strut, so let's do heaviest part. Root part. That's gonna be heaviest part for sure. Oh, it was already... had a setting. Okay, cool. And then this will be root part. Yeah, and then this thing can just break off when we start re-entering the atmosphere. Yeah, okay. So all we need here is just not a lot of propellant is needed there. This is already an over-engineered mission for Minmus, because easily you can just take this lander on its own and probably just fly this back. But the reason I'm doing Apollo style is because this has to re-enter the atmosphere in Kerbin, and so this will be like the better option to keep our Kerbal safe on the re-entry. So Alright. Nope, not that one. I need a bigger middle stage. There we go. So we'll raise this up. We also need to add a fairing. We'll probably add it here. Yeah. That's where it needs to be. Fairing, let's see, 2.5. Yeah, 2.5 would be good. I almost messed up the staging there, so that would have been bad. And there you go. It looks like a metal slug. Shot from a mass driver. Alright. I like it. It looks good. Alright, and I think I'm going to do what we did with that last, like the Dunna missions. I was just going to add a Mastodon to this one. Yes. And coupling. Add that there. And I think we're good. I mean, it's way over an engineer. It's got more fuel than we'll ever need. So, I think I'm gonna just finish up this last, the last stage here on the bottom. And I think it'll be ready to go. I want to do this. There we go. So root parts. Root parts. And what I'm doing here is I'm just making sure our ship doesn't shake itself to pieces at all the little weak joints here. Okay. And from here on, I'm not going to worry about the auto struts too much. Okay. Now, next up, yeah, bigger tank. Let's see here. Nope, that's not. There we go. I think a third of the size of like this one would be good. Or I mean, by a third, I mean 3/4. And anyway, it's getting late, so I'm gonna start slurring my words a little bit, you guys. Hope you're okay with that, because it's gonna happen. Alright. Okay. I think it's ready. So we're gonna get to the launch site. I'm gonna take about a 1-minute break. And then I'll be right back before we launch this up. So, be right back, you guys. Quick break. I'm back. That's probably less than a minute. So let's get this going. Let's just make sure it did come back. Checking. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. We're back. Sometimes I've, like, on the OBS studios, sometimes I mess up the scenes. And, it can be quite embarrassing. Alright, so let's... Oh, I didn't check the staging on this. Okay, let's just do a quick check right now. Okay, that looks good. Then get the fairing, then the decoupler. Okay. What is this engine? Okay, this engine needs to be on its own stage. It also should be close to the last, so it should never go off, along with the parachutes. All right, we're good. Let's get the Minmus. We're on our way. Okay, so far so good. How easy is this thing to steer? Oh, it's wonderful. I love it. Cuts through Atmo like butter. Oh, but it is a little top heavy, which makes it a little harder to steer. Alright. Probably could have put a little more fuel on that first stage. I think we're going to be alright though. But the first stage did well. It did really good. I just didn't put a lot of fuel in it. So it will it ran out kind of quick. Okay. Looks like we're about to leave the atmosphere. I'm going to deploy our fairing here. Oh, good. That's a good arch. Okay. Now we're going to add maneuver. Do a circularizing maneuver node. And we're going to warp ahead. I'm going to call this thing a lander. Let's see. Renaming. It is a lander. There we go. Okay. Oh my goodness. I forgot to put RCS on the smaller lander. It's gonna be hard to control if we don't have it. So I'm not sure. Gosh darn it. Sorry. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. We're gonna fix this real quick though. RCS is not a hard fix. Loading screens. Gotta love them. Okay. Well, this one seems to be struggling. I hope it doesn't crash the game. Okay. RCS. Let's go to the bottom, grab some RCS fuel. This is probably too big for what we were trying to do. Let's try this 20 here. 20 units of fuel. That looks good. Yeah. And then we'll do the thruster blocks. Okay. Okay, oh, you know what? We might have to scoot this over a bit. Okay. Next part we need to add that. We probably should put them here. And that should be all that we need. There we go. I'm gonna move the tanks over here. That may be a little more aesthetically pleasing. And also keeps the center of mass closer to the middle. Alright, I think we're good. Let's send it out. Now that we... not perfect. So I apologize. But... we fixed it. We fixed it. Alright, SAS. 10-second countdown to 1. Alright. There we go. Oh. We gotta fix that again. There we go. So we'll start flipping over. Gravity turn for the win. I forgot to add more fuel to that first stage, but I kind of don't care. We're just gonna go with it. I think it's fine. There's a lot of fuel in that middle stage, so I think we'll get to Minmus and back, no worries. Probably with a lot of fuel to spare, too. Okay. Got a nice little Apple Waps going. We just passed our Karman Sputnik line. Fire up the next stage. I'm gonna raise that a little higher. There we go. Very good. And we'll start working on our maneuver. Prograde. There we go. Can I get this straighter? There we go. Yeah, that works. Doesn't have to be perfect. I mean, we're going to Minmus after all. It's not like we're trying to make a perfect little orbit around Kerbin. Alrighty, here now the next bit of business. Let's dump that fairing. Let's extend these solar panels. Keep our batteries charged. Alright, very good. I just realized though, I just remembered. This lander doesn't have infinite batteries, so we gotta be careful how we use our fuel. I'm not going back to fix that, so... Or, we gotta be careful how we use our energy. And, yeah. We're just gonna have to roll with it. If it runs out, it runs out. And the reaction wheels will not work after that. Which is gonna make this interesting, so... Ah, my goodness. Mistakes. Alright, I'm gonna rename this. I'm gonna make it a lander. But it makes the whole thing a lander. It's unfixable. You have to take that back into the building mode to do that. Oh, is this middle stage not strong enough? To circularize? Well, bless my britches. I thought it would be. Those Mastodon engines are pretty strong, so I thought I could carry that the rest of the way. Or maybe I should just raise my Apple Apps a little higher. Or maybe sharper gravity turn. I don't know. I still think we can get the Minmus with what we got. I was just kind of hoping that middle stage was going to last a little longer than it did. That's fine, though. Okay, so we're going to stop burning just for a second. We're going to fix this. We're wasting fuel with the way it's going, so let's do a quick radial burn and adjustment. There we go. Much better. How are we doing on the fuel? So, I think we can get the Minmus. I think we'll be okay. In fact, we might be able to take this stage still to Minmus. I don't think there'll be enough to get back to Kerbin with it. But we'll see. Alright, so back up, find Minmus. There you are. Set as the target. Now, Minmus is a little bit tricky sometimes because it's tilted. So you gotta kind of have to plan for it. So I'm gonna try to eyeball it. We're gonna prograde here. Oh, that's an escape velocity. Don't want that. And we're just gonna kind of... Oh, here we go. I had it. I had it. So, right there, it looks like we passed Minmus, but it's so, so powerful of a burn that we'll just shoot right past it. So I don't want to do that either. So we're gonna retrograde. Oh, my goodness. So sensitive. And let's try to get an encounter here. Alright. We're getting there. We're getting close to that neck of the woods. Oh, it's getting closer. It's getting closer. Oh, that was a good one. Oh, it's kind of hard to see. It's so much clutter. Those signals. Now, I don't think I like it because we're kind of... Okay. If I radial burn... Okay, so we got a small encounter here. Oh, I see what's happening. Oh, that's right. It's tilted. Duh. If we raise it, though. Get it a little closer. There we go. That's much better. We are... we are in an escape velocity again. Okay. This thing is stubborn. Okay. So it is a bit tilted. And we can try to meet up with it, however... you go, this will help if I just look at it from the side. Yeah, so when you have tilted orbits like this, it can definitely be tricky. See, not bad. Good to see you. Oh, here. You can change the sensitivity of the maneuver nose. You probably know already, but I wasn't sure. Oh yeah. I believe. Oh, whoa. I just hit shift by mistake. Yeah. Oh, jeez. But then again, I don't know everything about KSP. So sometimes I know stuff and sometimes I don't. There we go. That looks cool. That's a good orbit, right? Good maneuver. Does it have to be that powerful though? Let's see here. Looks like at that point we're just doing a gravity assist, which I'm okay with actually. So we can use that to just slow ourselves down. I'm okay with this. Let's just go with that. So we'll do a maneuver. Catch up to it. There we go. No, like I knew you could push the buttons to make it more sensitive. I actually don't know what that button is, to be honest with you. So I learn new things all the time. I'm not gonna claim to be some expert. Alright, let's see here. Alright, so we're gonna start our burn. In about 5 seconds, there we go. I accidentally wasted a little bit of fuel. Cause I hit the what do you call it? The shift button. See, where the staging button is. Oh, okay. Oh, is it one of these right here? I'm assuming it's one of these buttons. Is it like the new stuff that they added on that update a few weeks ago? Alright. So we're gonna dump this stage here in a second. Boom. Dump it. Don't need it. Then we'll use this for the rest of it. Oh, it's not as fuel efficient as I thought it was. This might be a little troublesome return trip. Well then. Yikes. That ate through the fuel quickly. Alright. Well, hopefully we can stop because we're moving quite fast now. Six-second burn. 18 seconds? Good grief. Okay. It says we can pull it off, but I'm not sure how much fuel we're gonna have left. We're gonna need every bit. I think I'm gonna do this. 16 seconds. Can I make it 15? Nope. So 16 seconds of burn time. That's brutal, man. That's big time brutal. Let's do it at the if we do it at the periapse, you can get a little bit of a tighter orbit. But then again, maybe we shouldn't. Oh, jeez, I just messed that up. And the reason I say maybe we shouldn't is because our smaller lander needs to match that orbit. And if we have a weird elliptical or oval-shaped orbit, let's see, I can probably get 15 if we do it at the periapse, though. Can we get 15? No. That's okay. Yeah, we'll just do that. So many buttons, come on. Let's see, below. Oh, below staging. No, it's over by the staging. It's below, I think. Oh, okay. So the staging mode, docking mode, toggle map, maneuver node. Oh. So I'm assuming it's this one then. I'll have to look into that. Alright, so we're gonna warp ahead. Switch to maneuver node. Pray that there's enough fuel to get us back to Minmus. Or get us back to Kerbin. I'm getting names mixed up. I told you, it's getting late for me, so I'm starting to make mistakes in my speech. The later it gets, the more slurred my words are. The more entertained you will be. Alright. Yes. Okay, so that is the spot then. Alright, cool. Yeah, I'll look into that a little bit in the future. But I feel like if I experiment tonight, I'm gonna mess up. You can tweak how much you pulling on the node arms increases/decreases, making maneuvering a lot more accurate. Oh, nice. Yeah, I heard about that with the update. I just haven't experimented a lot with it yet. But it sounds like the time for me to experiment is now. Or not now. I'll do it later. I don't want to mess up stuff. I usually experiment and practice off camera. And then, when I'm ready, I'll just get back on the camera and stream the whole thing, so. Alright, so 14, 15, let's see. Alright. 5 seconds left. Oh, it's so expensive. I think it's good enough. Is that good enough? Ah, it's not. Jeez. Okay. That's good enough. And we got a little bit of fuel, not a lot. Definitely should have went with a different one. So, or a different engine. This is not fuel efficient at all. I mean, I guess it kind of is. It's like a stronger upper stage engine. Just for what we were doing here, it's not the right one that we wanted. So we probably should settle with a different one. That's okay. That is a-okay though. So from here, now I'm yawning. Excuse me. We kind of got a polar orbit going here. So we're going to try to land in one of these lake beds here of mint chocolate ice cream. And we'll see what we can do. I don't want to use a drop more fuel in this tank, so we're going to get transfer crew. Jebediah, you are first. And then, is it Bill? I always mix it up. Bob. Bob's the scientist. And we'll get Bob. Transfer him over. Oh my gosh. Is there only room for one in this little thing? Did I make that mistake? Well then. I guess there's only room for one. We're only planting a flag on this. Poor scientist. He doesn't get to go now. Okay. Alright, well, I guess just Jeb. Everybody else just gets to hang out in this capsule and be bored. Sorry, Bob. I thought you could fit more on there. I should have went with a different capsule. Oh well. Okay, so we're gonna decouple. And at this point we gotta be quick because our reaction wheel here will run out of battery. Now we can use the RCS. In fact, I'm gonna use a little bit right now. and just kind of get out of the way. There we go. And then we'll start to face a retrograde direction. And this is when we start planning our descent. From here. Oh my gosh, that was sensitive. Okay. That looks pretty much like on one of the lake beds. We can easily adjust our descent on the way down, but that looks good to me. Now, as for the stage here, what's up with you? Okay. The maneuver node is 4 days away? That's a 4-day trip? Holy crap, I didn't realize. Alright. Good grief. Alright. Let's switch back to this. Let's get a crew report real fast. And that everything looks dandy. I probably should have done a few of the experiments on here before we broke off, but now it's too late. We don't have solar panels on this, so we're just gonna have to gather the science. Not we can't beam it back or we'll use up the battery, so that's just how the cookie crumbles, I suppose. Let's turn off the reaction wheel for now to save battery, and then we'll turn it on when we need it. Oh, that's why it's so far away. See, we're circularizing the other direction. Gotcha. So we wouldn't be landing in that spot that I was looking at. We would have to do it here. Okay. Lake bed. What's the best lake bed to land on? We're really far away. I mean, ideally, I'd like to be closer to Minmus, but we are almost out of fuel. So, like, the descent here should be fine, but yeah, trying to get closer to... Okay. So we're gonna warp around. And then Jeb will start his descent. And then we'll just kind of plan out where we'll land as we descend here. So, you know what? I'd rather descend where it's sunny and not dark. So, we'll just do it here. It looks mountainy and treacherous, but I think we'll be okay because it's going to rotate. And I'm hoping one of the lake beds... See that? I'm just hoping one of the lake beds will be under us by the time we get there. Alright. Okay. And it looks like we ran out of battery on the lander, so we're going to be using RCS off and on. And let's just take a look at our RCS. How we doing on it? Okay, we should have plenty. Let's start our burn. And I'm just learning now that there's not a lot of gimbal on, Okay. There's not a lot of gimbal on that engine that we have there. But there's plenty of fuel to do almost whatever you want as long as the monopropellant holds. Oh boy. Mistakes were made. Alright, let's start falling down. There's quite the free fall. Alright, it looks like we're gonna probably... We might overshoot that lake. I don't want to overshoot the lake, but I think that's just how the cookie crumbles with the way we're doing this right now. Okay. Let's just warp all the way right up close to it. Okay. So we're definitely going to be landing on some mountains here. Not ideal. You could try to... We could probably move to that lake over there. We can probably pull that off. So we'll do that. We'll just overshoot the lake here. There we go. That's a 13-second burn. But I'd rather land on that flat surface and instead of landing on those mountains, because we'll just tip. If we land on the mountains, we'll just fall over and never get back. We'll have to send a rescue mission, so... Alright. Oh. Okay. There we go. That looks good. So when you get close to it... Okay, RCS. Do the maneuver. Start the burn. It's another 15-second burn. Alright. Not cheap burns, that's for sure. How are we doing on the monopropellant? The monopropellant looks good. Okay, RCS, turn that off. Warp. We're gonna have to do a retrograde. Burn. At least the landing legs work, that's nice. So when you're out of battery, at least the landing legs work. There we go. And I'll wait till we get a little bit closer. And then we'll start burning some more. But yeah, there's not a lot of gimbal in that engine here. Let's get a crew report if we can. There we go. We don't have the battery to send back to science, but it's better than nothing. Okay. Almost down. We'll have to send a new spaceship again. With new Kerbals. And better equipment and a better lander. But for now, what we'll do... Woo! Here we go. We're bouncing a little bit. Let's turn these lights on. Oh, the lights don't even work. because there's no battery. That's right. Ah. Okay, so let's just gather all the science. Obviously we can't send it back. But we can transfer it over to the other. Okay. We can beam it back when we relog back to the, or I am stuttering. When we redock to the other ship, so there we go. Alright, I think that's everything. These legs are a little glitchy, aren't they? What's up with the legs, man? Stop it. Okay. I think that's it. I think we're good. And I think we're ready to take off. So, here, let's, oh my gosh. I don't know what's better. If I should just leave it like that, or this is just tipping around like crazy. Extend the ladder. I really hope this doesn't end badly. But we need to get Jeb out there to go do a little bit of science and prove that we were here on the surface of Minmus, to show us that we are not, or show us that the Minmus is not made out of ice cream. Mint ice cream, that is. Alright, so let's plant our flag. Way to go, Jebediah. Alright. First Minmus landing. Way to go, Jeb. Okay. And let's grab a surface sample. And also an EVA report. Is there anything else that we can do here? Nope. That's it. So we'll just board this ship and let's hope we can get back to the capsule. A lot of things went wrong, but a couple things went right. I think we can make it work. Retract that ladder. Alrighty. SAS. And I'm going to turn on the RCS. And we are off. Let's just get up into space. Okay. Keep an eye on this. Alright. We are getting up there pretty quick. That's good. And bam. Alright. From there, we have to start doing some maneuvers to kind of match. Oh my gosh, we are so far off course. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Well, at least let's do this. Let's at least circularize. And then we'll try to match this guy's trajectory or something. Or maybe we can try to use this momentum to again try to match this guy's trajectory. So we're coming up from the left. If we can get ourselves to swing around this way. Ooh, radial burn. You are excited, aren't you? But the radial burn's cheap, so we can probably use that a little bit to help us out. So let's see here. It's tough. It's gonna be a tough one. If we can get ourselves to just kind of start spinning toward in the direction of like that capital there, we should be okay. Still a lot of fuel in the tank, but it won't be a lot of fuel soon. Yeah, so what we need to do... I'm not sure how to do this. This is... So what do you need to be able to do to get a soil sample? As far as the surface sample goes, all you need to do is EVA one of your Kerbal dots on the ground, and when you select the same option as planting a flag, you right-click the Kerbal, and it should be there as an option, and then you just click it, and he'll just automatically take that surface sample, and you just carry it inside to the capsule with you, and you can either beam it back or take it back to Kerbin. Those are the two ways to get it back and get the science for that. I hope that answers your question. Oop, oop, oop. I did that wrong. I don't know, man. This is a tough one. Because we gotta do quite a few maneuvers, and I have to get us to go around this way. So, oh, here we go. So I'll let it do this. So we'll get up here, kind of correct ourselves a little bit, and then we can do a few other burns. So that's our stepping stone burn. It's a 0.8 second burn. It's not bad. So I think now, if I were you guys, this is a good time to make bets if this mission is gonna crash and burn or actually be successful. I would say place your bets now. So, but yeah, this is gonna be a tough maneuver to make because the other guy is low on fuel because we used an engine that. No, I wanted to try something new, and now that we tried it, I probably won't ever try it again. Oops. So we're doing this Apollo style. So what we're trying to do is rendezvous. Why do I keep doing that? Just warp there. I have faith. Thank you. I'm trying to believe in myself as well. This is pushing what I can do to the limits. So 2 minutes from our maneuver. We're gonna get a little closer. Okay. Because we are out of battery. The other ship is almost out of fuel. We got a lot of monopropellant though, so I'm not too worried about that. So we'll start switching to our maneuver. Our reaction wheels are out of batteries on this one. So, oh my gosh, God, stay stable. There we go. And let's just use the comma button to warp ahead just a bit. There we go. Let's warp ahead a little faster here. And we'll start burning 5 seconds before the node. Here we go. That looks good. That's close enough. Fuel still looks the same. But it's not the same. I know it's not. Alright, so from here... we'll do a radial burn. And then we can start, after we do that last burn, we can start making some anti-normal burns to try to match what we're doing here again. But I think we'll get it. I think we're good. It's just gonna be a second. Oh, jeez. Alright. So let's turn the RCS off, so I don't want to use all our fuel during the warp. So let's warp ahead. In fact, let's see this. Alright. Okay. Using the RCS to straighten up where we are. Okay. And once we get to this maneuver, we'll start doing, like I said, the anti-normal burns. And probably some radial burns too, to kind of straighten out. That's gonna be the expensive part. Yeah, it is going to be expensive indeed as far as burns go. We might have to use the other lander or the capsule to catch up to us. But like I said, I don't want to use the other capsule because that engine that we picked is very inefficient with fuel for what we were trying to do. So probably shouldn't have used it, but that's okay. It's also too late to change anything, so. Alright. We're gonna comma button, warp ahead a little bit, bring that down. Okay, perfect. And then we'll start our burn. It's a 0.7 second burn. But we're doing it very slowly so we don't overshoot it. We need every drop of fuel that we have. Okay, so from here, this is when we start doing the radial burns and the anti-normal burns. Because we need to tilt this in favor. Oh. So far that's a 1 second burn. That's not bad. That's good, actually. Okay. And so from there, I don't want to force it too much because then it becomes expensive. So we will just warp that next part. Are we going the wrong direction? No! Okay, so let's not do that direction then. We have to flip totally around. Because he's going that way and we're going this way. Oh my gosh. Alright. We can do it. We'll just see what we can do. 3 second burns. Oh man. So it's a 4 second burn to flip over completely. 5 second burn. Good grief. Alright. 5 second burn it is. What we got here? Kinda coming down to the last of our fuel. So it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a tough one. It's gonna be very tough. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Alright. Place your bets, people. Are we gonna make this a successful mission, or are we gonna have to send something to go pick them up? The winner of the bet gets infinity glory. Okay, you get all the glory. And my respect. Or my tears, depending on how this ends. Okay. Almost there. So we're comma ahead. Let's take a look. Oh, here, hold on just a second. We're coming up to our burn. Okay. So there we go. So now we're flipped over. So, where do we check this? I'm not quite used to this new settings here. So remind me again where you find the delta V. I guess I can't find it. Oh, here we go. 308 meters a second left to spend. So it doesn't say how much that means by delta V, but 308 meters a second. So that's what I got to to play with before we run out of fuel. So there you go. We do need to match this. Oh, you know what? Maybe we don't need to match it. We'll just... Ah. I didn't want to switch to the target. I wanted to make you the target. My bad. You're not going home. Oh no. Alright. So you're saying I'm not going home. Why can't I... There we go. You go back to the Minmus lander. So we need to do something a little bit cheaper than trying to match the orbit. So what we'll do... We're going to do something a little bit crazier. Set as target. We're going to do what we did with the last mission like that when this happens. So we're going to play with these maneuvers. Try to get as close as we can on the first try, on the first pass. Oh boy, here we go. So we get really close right here, okay? And it looks like we just need a little bit of normal, anti-normal adjustments. What are we looking at? 52 kilometers? I think I can do it if I do this. Okay. It is risky, but all we have to do is get Jeb over. I do want to dock if we can, because we have a bunch of science on that moon lander. So it looks like around that 40 kind of kilometer range is as close as we're gonna get. Yeah. And at that point, we would have to get rid of all that speed. Okay, here we go. 34. That's better. 19. Getting there. So might have Jeb jump out and just catch up to the, oh crap, the lander. 9.9. Okay. We can do this. Probably, I don't know if we can actually do this. It's close. Okay, so 11. So, not quite 9.9. I'm going to leave it there. You'll need more than 308 meters a second to get there. It's possible, yeah. We still have a lot of monopropellant that we can use. And I've used monopropellant before to change trajectories. And especially like environments like this in Minmus, it's pretty cheap. So, yeah. So anyway, so 11 kilometers. So this is a 1 second burn, so that shouldn't take too much of our fuel. But we are gonna just shoot by. So what we're gonna have to do is some clever maneuvers here. So. But there is fuel on the capsule, so all this guy has to do is just dock with this thing, or at least get close to it. So if we can do that, I feel good that we can get back. So here we go. It's gonna be a close one though. I am curious to see how this goes down. We will be cutting back home on fumes. Okay. Warp a little closer. And we are doing alright with monopropellant, right? Yeah, we got lots of monopropellant still. So we're good there. And we're gonna comma. This has to be about as precise as we can get it. Okay, RCS. Then we'll start the burn. Okay, bam. How close are we getting? 11.2, that's almost perfect. Okay. Now when we get to this... when we get to this guy here, we're gonna have to retrograde relative to the target. Where are we at now? .282 meters a second. So... I don't know... I don't know if we'll be able to... I'm gonna F5. See if I can get this to get any closer. Just a little bit. Just to close that gap. 2.8. Okay. 1.1. It looks like 1.1 is the magic number. .2 kilometers, that's it. That is close enough to jump from one spacecraft to another. It's like jumping out of a train onto a car with the sunroof open and hoping that you land inside the sunroof. That's what we're doing here. Is it dumb? Yeah. It's very dumb. But we do dumb things on this channel all the time. So, here we go. This is a 0.3 second burn, so hopefully it doesn't take up... It shouldn't take up a lot of fuel, so we should be okay. I don't know how it will be trying to retrograde relative to the target. I'm not sure how that's going to turn out, so... I don't think it'll be able to pull it off. It might be able to, I don't know. It is Minmus, so the gravity is low. Warp ahead. I'm so glad there's some RCS on this thing, or it would not have been possible. Because I totally space putting solar panels on this to recharge the batteries. Alright, so we're gonna RCS. We'll stabilize, there we go. Then we'll get ready to do our burn. Okay, we'll start burning now. Bam. Okay, so where are we at? So we overshot it just a tiny bit. That's okay. It's A-okay. If we do a small prograde, it's a 0.1 second burn. If we do a small one, very small. Oh, here we go, 0.3 kilometers. 0.6. So it's very subtle. Okay, I think that's about as close as we're gonna get. I don't want to force it. So let's go to maneuver node. Okay, maneuver on the nav balls there. And then we'll warp ahead. Ooh, it's getting close, you guys. Getting close. Hope your bets are in. Do we make it back to Kerbin or not? Okay. I think that's about as close as I'm gonna get. So we'll just do that. Okay, so we're 0.2. We're actually doing better than our planned flight. Yeah. Alright. So we're gonna do a retrograde relative to the target now, when we get close to it. And what we got? 276 meters left to pull this off. Okay. So we're warp closer now. Oh shoot. We should be able to see it almost at this point. Okay. Let's see how far away that guy is. It's pretty far, so I don't want to jump that far. But it's only 14 meters a second, so that shouldn't be too difficult to wipe off. In fact, we can probably do that and then match our target's velocity. We should have plenty of fuel to dock with this thing, actually. I don't know how much Delta fuel is in the other craft, but we're about to find out here in a second. Okay, I'm going to use the RCS. This is when it gets expensive for the monopropellant, but I'm gonna switch over to docking. It's a caps lock, and we're just gonna burn off that velocity we got there. And oh geez, alright. So if we switch over to this guy, and if we just use the RCS, we might be able to pull this off. Set as target. Now this guy has all the fancy tools still. If we go toward our target, and we just RCS our way there, and just to avoid any mess-ups, we're going to shut down the engines. Alright, so Delta V, we have 298 meters a second left in this craft. So I'm hoping... And escaping Minmus's gravity is not too difficult. And once we do that, getting back to Kerbin should be fine. Alright, so RCS. Okay, we'll just start burning toward our target a little bit. There we go. Monopropellant the rest of the way. Don't use... The other craft has about 270 left in it. Alright, then we'll just do a retrograde relative to this target. This guy still has battery and reaction wheels, so he'll be able to do literally all the good maneuvers. And thankfully, we put some good remote control in here to allow Bill and Bob to pilot this craft like an actual pilot. Alright, so RCS, that looks good. And then we'll cancel our warp here as we get closer. Can you transfer fuel? I sure hope so. That would be a godsend for sure. If we can do that. But we'll find out when we dock. Because we need a dock in order to do all that stuff. And also, I would like to get the science off of this thing. Okay. And this guy has all the monopropellant still, all the good stuff, so... In order for this to be facing... You know what, here. We'll turn on the RCS again. We'll let ourselves drift a bit more. So we need to set the docking port as our target. We should have plenty of monopropellant, both of these things. Here we go. I don't want to use that anymore. This guy is about spent. And there's no reaction wheels, like I said, so if he tries to turn and face me, it's going to mess up. It's going to mess up our trajectories when they try to correct. So there we go. We'll face it toward our target now. And at this point, I should probably... I'm going to retract the solar panels so we don't risk breaking them. And if we need to, we can just extend them out again. So let's see, let's RCS again. Make sure this maneuver node, or excuse me, the prograde node is right on top of the target node, okay? If it's not, I'm gonna F5 here too, because, anyway, so if it's not, then you're overshooting your target. Alright, let's see here. Is that going to be something that's possible? We might have to purposely overshoot our target. And I'm going to tell you why. It's because we need to straighten up a little bit. And once we're a little better lined up, then we can bring the prograde node right back down. And then that's a better approach. Alright. So I just F5, just in case the glitch happens and like launches you all over the place. Because that does happen. Alright. But so far it looks good. I'm just hoping nothing dumb happens. Oh, there's Kerbin. Look how tiny it is. Alright. Nail biter time. Okay. We did it. We docked at least. So let's see if we can transfer the fuel over. And also let's extend these panels and recharge that battery in the other capsule. Because we have a lot of science that we need to transmit. Transmit everything. Alright. It is using quite a bit of battery. There's no way that little craft could have done all that. Good grief. Okay. All done. So we got the science. That's nice. Let's get Jeb out of there. So let's transfer our crew. Get Jeb inside the capsule. Alright, let's see here. Can we transfer the fuel? I'm not sure. How much, Oh, it's gonna calculate with that extra weight. That's not gonna help. Let's see. If I don't think I can. Yeah. That's gonna suck. I don't think we could transfer the fuel over. These are the only options I got. Alright, well, that's fine. Let's let go of this guy here. So let's undock. And from here, I'm gonna retract these just in case we accidentally hit it. I don't want to hit that thing. Let's see here. Actually, I probably should have just dumped this thing too. Because, here, does this thing have battery now? Kind of. It's got a little bit. Let's redock. Set this as the target. Oh my goodness. Alright, there's a little bit of reaction wheel left. Oh, it's draining fast though. Okay, let's redock. Because why? I don't want to carry all this extra weight. Okay. Turn off the RCS. Crossfeed. I didn't turn on the crossfeed rules, so I feel like it. That's why I feel like it should work, but I don't know how to get it to move over. Oh, here we go. So, crossfeeds. No, they all should be working. So how do I do this? These are only buttons I have, so I'm not sure why, or what I need to do. Okay. The buttons change after you change crossfeed. Okay, well, let's switch all of these then. So, however, I think I'm turning them off if I do this. Let's take a look. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. I'm gonna test something out. I'm gonna see if we can just get back with what we got. Oh my gosh. That is messy. Alright. So, 2-second burn gets us around Kerbin. Then another added maneuver if we retrograded. Looks like it's fighting with the Mun there. Alright. I'm gonna F5. I'm gonna risk it. Risk it for the biscuit. So we're gonna F5. Save our game. I'm gonna dump everything from this point up, because that's extra weight right here that we don't need to carry with us. Retract these solar panels. And we are going to just break free from Minmus. And start working our way back to Kerbin. So we're going to... Let's just prograde it. Then we're going to RCS away, because we don't want to use a drop more fuel than we have to on the other one. So let's just float away from the lander and not kill ourselves when we take off. Maybe not. I'm still learning too. Yeah, I'm still learning. I make mistakes all the time, so... Let's see. You know what we could try? What if I did an anti-normal? Add maneuver. So we're flowing that in that direction. So if I wanted to, we can switch over to the maneuver nodes here. And then I can spend some of my monopropellant. See that? Minmus. You gotta love that low gravity environment. And that's just monopropellant. So we might be able to pull this off. In fact, I'm feeling pretty good about it. Now, it doesn't have to be perfect, and I don't think I'm going to wait till this goes to the bottom. Let's take a look here. Where are we at? Okay. Not too bad. We are grasping for straws, however. If I can save even a second of fuel, I will. Oh, here we go. This might make it go faster. I was on fine-tuning for a second there. And also, this will make us lighter as well. And when you're lighter, you know what that means. It means you're spending less fuel to do stuff. So, let's see how we're looking now. That's looking good. So there we go. So we'll save a little bit of fuel from that maneuver, and then we'll just use our new position to fix ourselves and get back to Kerbin, and everything will be great and dandy. Oh, look, we can get them both in the shot there. Kerbin and Minmus. Alright, almost there. It's looking good, though. It's looking good. There we go. One full maneuver done with just monopropellant. I am a happy camper. So let's see, let's prograde here. Oh, I just want to do the minimum amount to break out of Minmus's influence, which is not hard. So if we break out here, it looks like we're good. Oh, look, there's a meteor. Class size C. Ah, interesting. That one's close. I almost want to change what we're doing to start following it. Hopefully it doesn't disappear just yet, because I kind of want to check it out actually. But first, I just want to make sure we can get our guys back. If not, I've already created a ship that is designed specifically to return stuff to... Oh, look, the asteroid disappeared. Oh, well. That's like... Oh, no, it's still there. Okay, let's do our maneuver here first, and then we'll go check out that asteroid. Yeah, okay. I want to go see it. Okay, we'll warp a little closer. And 2 minutes is good enough. So that's a 3.3 second burn. So we'll go back to this. We're going to turn on our engine now. And start facing our maneuver node here. Nice soft burn, nothing crazy. That should be enough. Yep. To escape Minmus. So let's warp ahead. There we go. We'll just use the drift. We'll just drift and we'll figure it out from here. Okay. So we've escaped Minmus. Now let's see, let's add a maneuver. It's a 3 second burn. Okay, I think we're intersecting now with Kerbin. I can't tell with all this stuff, so let's turn that off. No, we are not. So, it's good to know, because that would have messed us up if we prematurely took off. Let's see, is that hitting it? Are we going inside? That's definitely going inside. Okay. I just realized our batteries died, so we gotta bring it back to life. There we go. Okay. It's gonna be a free fall straight to Kerbin. In fact, we're gonna be moving really fast, but it says we can pull it off. 257 meters a second. We'll be spending almost everything we have to do this. 306. We're at 306. So we gave ourselves a little bit extra by shedding some of that weight. And if we really wanted to, we can shed more weight by just using our RCS. If we were really desperate. As you can see here, it's barely even moved like 3 pixels. But it does, like, as you see here, we just gave ourselves another meter of delta V. So anyway, let's warp ahead. Okay, getting there. It is, there we go, perfect. So go back to staging, and we'll do our burn. Oh geez. Here we go. Spending almost everything we got left to return the Kerbin. I think I should use the RCS to do that last bit. There we go. Come on, RCS. I believe in you. That'll give us a little bit more wiggle room in case we make any mistakes. Okay. We got 59 meters a second. Alright, guys. I'd like to know what your bets were. What were you betting? Some people thought I was going to lose. Some people thought I was going to make it. I don't know. Tell me what you thought. But we pulled it off. Look at that. We're going straight for Kerbin. We are coming in pretty quick, though. I hope it's not too fast. If we're past 3,000, we might be in trouble. 3,000 meters a second, that is. I think we're going to be okay. Oh, we're going to even land close to the space center. Let's get a little bit closer here. Closer. Okay, so that's a little bit scary. We're getting close to the... Yeah, we are going to hit the atmosphere pretty hard, aren't we? Let's use the last of what we got here. It's not a lot, but it's something. So, prograde, retrograde. Trying to dump that last bit. Why aren't you decoupling? There we go. I left the RCS on by mistake. Thankfully, I placed a lot of parachutes on this thing. Now we just gotta pray that the oblator holds up. Because we are about to come in, and we are coming in hot. Very hot. This guy's gonna explode. I just know he will. Ah, we're still picking up speed. Oh my gosh. F5. That is quick. I hope those parachutes slow us down. Oh, that guy's toast. Ah! Oh geez, they're unconscious. Crap. Oh no, wake up. Somebody wake up. Oh, hurry, 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 hurry. Somebody wake up. Somebody wake up. Jeb, Jeb, Jeb. Jeb, we're depending on you. Jebediah. Where you at? Oh no. Jeez. Oh, Jeb's up. Perfect. Get the drogue shoots going. We did it. We freaking did it. Raid. Carto. Carto, thank you a lot. What's up, everybody? Well done. Yeah, I did not think we were gonna survive that one. Carto's now hosting a stream. Nice. Thank you very much, Carto, for the raid. Okay, there we go. Now we're gonna start slowing down. Yo, how goes it? Looks like we got here just in time. You did. You very much did. We went through a little bit of an ordeal trying to get these guys back from Minmus, but we made it. We're gonna start lowering these guys a little bit more. Warp ahead. Snap54, thank you. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. I didn't realize they added the ability that your Kerbals can get knocked out. It's a setting. It's been around for a while. you can actually, yeah, there's a G-force limit you can add, and I added it to make it more immersive. So there you go. But yeah, you came back with only 3 meters a second delta V. LOL. Barely. Yep, we barely made it back. And let's see, Snap54. Thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. I big time appreciate it. And KN or K1NNAA. Thank you for the follow as well. I don't know how to say your name correctly, but there you go. So, appreciate it. Hope you guys enjoy the stream. So, I think what I'm going to do here... Alright, so we got these guys. We saved them. Let's recover the vessel. Oh, that was difficult. That was not easy. Oh my goodness. Drek Forever, thanks for watching, man. And for the support. Getting all our Kerbals back home safely. So, we made it. Why can't no one say my name? I'm sorry, man. How do you pronounce it? Cardo is now following. Cardo, thank you. Thank you for the raid and for the follow. I really appreciate it so much. It's a big old heart for all of you guys. So, it's pronounced. I'm waiting. K-na. Oh, I see. K-na. Thank you for the follow. Here, you getting this whole bit for yourself. Thank you. Alright. So, we do need to go to the tracking station. Oh, I went to the space center or the hangar bay. But let's see. I'll just make sure I got everybody here. Oh, Mr. Grosser. Mr. Grosser, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. So let's see here. Yeah, Kana, because it's got numbers and shiznit in it, bro. But we still love you. Yes, it's true, Kana. I just met you and I love you. So, there you go. Tracking center. Let's do that real quick. We need to get that stupid rover or lander on Minmus. And we're gonna crash it. Because that's where it deserves to be. I don't want to ever see it again. So, let's see here. I heard another chime for a follow. But it's not showing up here yet, so I apologize that that I'm not seeing it quite yet. So, yeah, just chime up if I missed you, okay? Because I want to give you the proper attention that you deserve. Okay, Minmus Lander, there it is. So we need to get that thing and we're just gonna crash it. We're gonna crush it. I don't want to ever see it again. So, stupid lander. Almost got Jeb killed. Alright. I mean, it wasn't too bad of a lander. It's just, at the same time, it sucks. Oh, we lost control of it. Okay. That's right. Because there was no solar panel on this thing. So I have to... We're gonna send a new mission. But we're gonna kill that thing. We're gonna kill it. I don't want to ever see it. I don't want it in my game ever again. So that lander, why it was so difficult to fly it, was I forgot to put solar panels on it. Which meant as soon as the batteries ran out, there was no longer an ability to use the reaction wheels. And so we were just using RCS to steer. And the RCS, of course, doesn't last forever. But yeah, so it became an ordeal. It was difficult. We almost ran out of Delta V to just dock and maneuver. But anyway, I've already created a ship just for this purpose. I call it the garbage truck. Alright, let's see. Kana, you're such a chill dude. Do you play other games or do you mainly play Kerbal? I play Kerbal a lot on the Twitch stream, but I have been playing Halo lately. Kind of bringing that back on. I play with my friend Krista, and we just beat Halo Combat Evolved. And where's my garbage truck? Here we go. yeah, so we just beat Halo Combat Evolved, and we're gonna start playing Halo 2 here, in the next little bit. So, oh, dude, yes, I am so excited for the new Halo. I saw that trailer yesterday, and so I'm excited. I don't care what anybody says. I think actually I didn't even read the comments because I don't care. I love Halo. It's my favorite thing. You can even read it in my bio here on Twitch. I love Halo, so it's my one of my favorites. So, anyway, yeah. So I play Halo on this stream. I have played RimWorld a few times. I've streamed that. It doesn't seem like a lot of people are interested in RimWorld, so I don't play it as much. But I wanted to start playing Raft, and that seems like a good one. Um, I like survival games. I would start playing Ark. However, I would like to build a bigger community for Ark because what I want to do with that is invite like a bunch of you guys, like followers, and create like a server where we can all play at once on this Ark game, basically. So, yeah. So I wanted to build a community up first before I did that, so that the ad revenue can pay for the server. So, RimWorld is POG. Carlo, something you should know about me. I'm so old school that I suck at acronyms. So you'll have to tell me what POG is. If you want to know, here's a story that you never asked for about me, but my father was raised by my great-grandfather, and he was born in 1909. That's 3 years before the Titanic sunk. So it's pretty far back, and because of that, my dad raised me with mannerisms from a generation ago. So I am a little out of date as compared to other millennials my age. So I'm a little bit of an oddball. Haha, all good. Short for PogChamp or emojis. Or excited emojis, I'm assuming. It's Twitch language. Okay. You say Pog when you get excited for something. Ah, excited. Okay. Thank you for the education. I appreciate it. Now I know. Pog. I may be old-fashioned, but I'm not stupid. So I learn quick. Deployed. Let's get rid of that. Dot dot dot. Oh no, that's not dot dot dot. That is okay. You say Pog. Okay, I gotcha. You're pointing at that. RS Bear. Still don't know what any of the Twitch lingo means. I'm with you, RS Bear. I don't know either. I suck at it. In fact, I just always sucked with the lingo and most things like that. So let's dump that stage. If you guys are wondering what I'm doing, I'm going for that Minmus lander. I'm gonna go kill it with this garbage truck vessel I've created in a previous stream, and we're gonna destroy it because I don't ever want to see it again. Okay, let's see. Catch up to your guys' comments here. What does kappa mean? Carlos says, Monka S is for a stressful situation that one comes up a ton to. So Monka. Okay, well, I was going through a lot of Monka just 20 minutes ago, right before you guys showed up. So, there's that. Kappa equals kidding. I see that one about 800 times a day. Okay. Kappa is like when you're joking about something. Okay, so Kappa is joking, and Monka is stressed out, and Pog is excited. Gotcha. Got it. So warp here. So Pog excited, Kappa kidding, and Monka stressed out. Got it. I think I got it. Alright, so let's see. Let's warp here. Alright. Let's dump that stage. Oh, we already dumped it. We're good. Then we'll just start burning then. Alright, so what you guys will see here, this is my garbage truck, and this guy is equipped to go find space junk and destroy it. So that's what we're gonna do. And destroy that freaking Minmus lander. I don't ever see it again. I don't want to hear about it again for as long as I live. Alright, so I'm gonna dump that lander, or that stage. There we go. Are we circularized yet? Almost. We'll do a quick adjustment here. We'll do a radial burn and prograde. Bam. Easy peasy. Let's see. Those are the main ones pretty much. Okay, so there are only 3 main ones I have to really remember. Yeah, I need the S on the Monka though. Monka S. Oh. Okay, Monka S. See, I learn. I'll learn. I learn quick. So, Monka S. Monka S. Yes, I was very Monka S'd out. Stressed. Good grief. Yeah, you guys, you should have seen it. It was pretty bad. And somehow I pulled it off. As Drek was saying earlier, I pulled it off with 3 meters a second left in delta V, and I entered the atmosphere at over 1,000 kilometers. I think it was 3,200 kilometers a second. And normally those temperatures will kill you. And everybody passed out. And somehow, somehow we made it work. Alright, so let's see here. So there's Minmus. Let's make that our target. And we're going to catch up to it here. So let's add a maneuver. Now with Minmus, it's kind of weird. Ah, the moon. Come on, Mun. Get out of here. So it's going to be a little annoying because now we got the Mun to deal with. It's trying to grab onto our shuttle here. Okay, so... Oh. Minmus is going to be way over here. Right where the Mun's going to be. So we got to figure out how to not crash into the Mun. We could. Maybe we'll do this and then we'll just do a radial burn. Let's see. Let's catch up to your guys' comments here. This is Resident Sleeper, which is when people express something is boring. Okay, Resident. I like that emoji. That's funny. OMG, I'm so lost with all those rays. Oh, yeah, so sorry about that. So what you're seeing here, this is a satellite network I created for the early on stages because I was losing control of my drones at the low Kerbin orbit because there's blind spots on Kerbin where the signal can't get to your craft, and if it's just a remote control craft, you'll lose control, and if you're trying to dock, which is what I was trying to do, you won't dock. Basically is what that means. So I created a network of these satellites here, and they take good care of me. But it is messy, and I am gonna get rid of them soon. So, because I won't need them shortly after I'm done doing what I need to do here. So Minmus, where are you at? I'm trying to find it to get an encounter. So maybe if we play around with the trajectory here. Oh, here we go. So Minmus is back here. So somehow we gotta slow ourselves down some more. Or speed up. Alright, so it's clearly doing it from that angle. It looks like it's kind of difficult. I'm not sure how to get the Minmus right now. Because of the Mun, it's messing it up. But I'm not gonna end tonight knowing that that stupid lander lives. So we're gonna destroy it. That almost looks like a magnetic field. I kind of fashioned it like that to look like a like an atom and electrons going around it. But if you come from this angle, you'll see it, what we did here. And before I end it, I'll show you what we've built so far in previous streams, and I think you'll appreciate it. So it was pretty fun. Here we go. Ah, jeez, I just messed it up again. Stupid maneuvers. Why? Why are you the way you are? Okay. It can be kind of glitchy. Oh, here we go. Sometimes it's glitchy when I have so many things floating around like this that it's hard to select what you're trying to select. So it looks like I want to go this way some more. There we go. We'll do that. Then I'll add a maneuver here. Now I wanted to do a radial. Like you do. And then use that radial. We'll just get around the mun that way. Oh man, the game is not happy with what I'm doing right now. Alright, let's see. Cardo. Alright, Blue Nebula Randy, time for sleep. Have a good stream. Have a good night, chat. Cardo, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope to see you again, man. So, have a great night. And, have a great night. I don't know what else to say. Thank you very much for everything, so. Alright, so Kana, did you study graphic design? I see in your bio that you do graphics. I do graphics. I am a graphic designer. Outside of this, so, believe it or not, I do a lot of, graphics for, like, small podcasters, YouTubers, and Twitch streamers. If you want some examples, if you go to, this, channel called Soulflare here on Twitch, you'll see my graphics on his channel, and he plays what's that game? League of Legends. And so yeah, so like all the panels and stuff, like all the buttons, I designed all that on his screen. So yeah, that's all my work. And let's see, Master Chief Master Chief W. That is an excellent name, Master Chief W. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a great stream. Hope you enjoyed that trailer. Did you see the trailer that came out? Was it yesterday? Yeah, that was dope. Let's see here. I'm trying to get that encounter with Minmus here, but it is certainly struggling. So what are we doing? Let's look at it from another angle here. So if we wanted to get the Minmus at that point, what we would do is we would have to lower this probably. RS Bear, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Like, for real. I know, it's kind of hard to express it through the camera, but I do appreciate it quite a bit for all of your follows. Alright. Because that helps my little channel out a little bit, and that, I have a few fun goals that involves all the followers. Like I was saying before, like, games like Ark, I wanted to make a server for all the followers that we can all hang out at, so. Let's see. Okay, so we got an encounter here. So it's a couple of maneuvers, and I think it'll work out. So what we'll do, we'll warp ahead to this maneuver first. Alright. All good. Chat emoji, you too? I think that's what that says. Old school over here, like I said. Anyway. So we'll do our burn here. Come on, garbage truck. I believe in you. Get the Minmus and destroy that stupid lander. I don't ever want to see it again. Okay, we'll dump it. Get this other one started. And we're gonna approach the end of this maneuver, and then we'll do another maneuver, and then another maneuver. They're kind of like radial maneuvers, but that's how we're gonna get around the mun. Is by using radial burns. So there we go. Radial burns for the win. Stupid mun. Get in my way. You think that will stop me? Alright. It might stop me, to be honest. Some things might stop me. But not this time. Are all those the Razer Kraken V2? Oh, are you talking about my headphones? Yeah, they're the Razers. I don't know what the version they are. I threw away the box. Otherwise, I'd go look for it, and I would tell you. But yeah, it's the Razer headphone. I actually quite enjoy it. I have those too. Oh, nice. Good choice. I like your choice in headphones. Let's see here. So now we do this little burn here. Another radial burn. Oh. The game's lagging a little bit from all those CubeSats I created, which I'm going to show you. If you guys stick around, I'll show you the CubeSats at the end of the stream. But first, we're going to kill that. We're going to kill this lander. It doesn't deserve to live for the amount of hold on, Monka S that it put me through. So yeah, we're getting rid of it. It's gonna go. It's gotta go. I'm actually wearing them right now. Nice, dude. They're nice. I like it. They do really well, and they got good sound. They block out a lot of the sound around you, even though it's not noise canceling. It's just that the cushion around them is just, it's kind of big. But yeah, so they're sweet. And of course, no, you gotta love that part, the little lighting. All right, let's see. We're going to start burning here now. Ah! Hold on here. Something went wonky. Oh, we have to fix something here. Where is our encounter? Okay, here's that. So why is our encounter being weird? Okay. Ah. No, I don't want to miss Minmus. I don't want to do this again. Okay, add maneuver. How long have you been streaming for? I started at about, I want to say 9 o'clock, but I took a couple breaks during the stream. But normally I don't do streams this long, but today I was feeling sick, and so I chose not to work today. And yeah, so now I'm here, streaming with you guys, which to me is a much better option. I'd much rather stream with you guys than at work. So there we go. So let's make this maneuver. That gives us the encounter that we're looking for. I like start. Oh. I started, let me think here. When did I start? I started back in November, I believe. And I kind of had a little bit of a break at around the holidays during December, and because it's really hard to keep up with any kind of schedule during that time because everybody wants your attention. They want you to go here, they want you to go there on different vacations and Christmas. I can only pick one. Anyway, long story short, was it kind of threw me off the schedule I had before for streaming, and since then I haven't been able to find a time where I can make a consistent schedule. Normally it's like lately it's been evenings, like Sunday through Tuesday, like Sunday through Tuesday, so Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Is what I'm aiming for now. But yeah, so I couldn't keep up the old schedule anymore, and I had to give it up. So took a little break for about 4 months, and I jumped back on board and started doing it again. So there you go. There you have it. My Twitch story. So now I'm trying to be more consistent with it. It was something I wanted to do. I wanted to do Twitch streaming more often, so... Let's see, you have really good potential. You explain things really well, and you're really enjoyable to watch. Well, thank you, man. I really appreciate that a lot. Because I was already saying during the stream, it's late for me. And so I'm starting to stutter and slur my words, if you haven't noticed already. So that's something I kind of do. But it might be enjoyable for you guys to watch me suffer in my fatigue and tiredness. So, I don't know. But yeah, I'm starting to get there, but I'm not ending the stream tonight until I kill that lander. And then I'll show you guys all the stuff that I've created in this save, so. We're doing it. But yeah, so Kana, thank you so much. That was actually a really good compliment. I appreciate it, so. Don't worry, I stutter a lot too, so it doesn't bother me. Yes! Nice. Couple of, some camaraderie going on there, I like it. Let's see here. Alright. Sweet. 1 minute to our burn. Let's just start burning now. Nothing here has to be precise anymore. We're just gonna kill our stupid little rover. Not rover. Lander. Woo! Alright. We overshot it by a lot. That's all. Okay. And we have to match that orbit somehow, so let's give ourselves a little bit of breathing room there. Actually, since this is almost out of fuel, and I don't want to create more space junk trying to get rid of space junk, we'll just create a collision course with Minmus, like you do, and we'll just dump that stage off right there. So long. Goodbye, stage. We don't need you. Let's extend these solar panels too, because I just realized we're probably slowly running out of battery, so... I thought I placed an RTG, so maybe we're okay. I can't remember, though. But let's get these out, just in case. Oh, there are solar panels. That's where the power is coming from. In case I forgot to extend the solar panels. Anyway, so let's go back to prograde. And let's actually slightly move to the left, so we don't crash into that debris right here that we just created. Wonderful. Go back to prograde. Actually, not prograde, but we do need to start figuring out how to match this guy. So we're just going to set this as our target. And when we swing around, let's see, what would be the best option for us? So we're coming this way. From right to left. And this guy is going also right to left. So we need to kind of stay in this... kind of keep the vibe there. So let's see here. We'll do an anti-burn or anti-normal and some retrogrades and more anti-normals and some retrogrades, and that should help us kind of get into the same motion. Let's see. Since you liked like space a lot, you should check out Astroneer. It's a really fun and chill game. I've been looking at Astroneer actually. It looks like a fun one to play. Cardo plays it a lot in his channel. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Astroneer, that's the one, if I remember correctly, that's the one where you're like an astronaut and you have like the hose connected to your air source and you have to kind of explore that way and get like further and further out. If I remember, like, I haven't seen it in a long time. Like the last time I saw it was like definitely in the beta stages. Like people are like burrowing through the ground and all that. But like, yeah, I don't know what they've changed, but I'm sure that's changed a lot since the last time I saw it. All right, so we'll warp ahead here and get ready to do our maneuver. But yeah, I love space. Space is my favorite genre of all time. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so I think we're thinking of the same game. It's just the last time I saw it, it was very early stages, so I didn't buy it yet. But it sounds like it's changed a lot. So I'll have to check it out. What I'm saying is I'm gonna check it out because I would like to add some more games to my library that I can play here on stream that people like. Um, I quite enjoy playing indie games a lot. I feel like a lot of the AAA games these days kind of rip you off a little bit with all their content or whatever. Like Destiny, for example. Like Bungie used to be one of my favorite companies of all time, and then they came out with Destiny, and it was really expensive, and they kept making it more expensive. So it was just kind of like one of those games that I feel like it distanced you from the developer and all that. Like I remember the old days with Bungie, you really felt like you were connected to a community, but not so much anymore. At least not for me. Not saying Destiny's not a good game, it's just an expensive game. And I feel like the money you put into it is not worth what you're getting, so that's my critique. Let's see. Oh, it's fully released now. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely gonna check out Astroneer here. Probably in the morning tomorrow, but as soon as I'm done with the stream, I'm going straight to bed, so. But not before we destroy this lander. So what I'm doing here is I'm catching up to it. Just getting a little maneuver, and then we'll use what's left of our Delta V to deorbit. We have lots of fuel too, so. This Minmus low gravity environment is nice. Let's see, are you a Nintendo guy? Um, I used to be. I used to own a Nintendo 64 back in the day. That was the last Nintendo console I've owned, and I had a couple of Game Boys. Back in those days too, where I played, and it's enjoyable. I do like Nintendo. Like I think Super Smash Bros is my favorite, and then I would say, what's that other game? It was Mario Party. It was kind of like a board game. That one was fun for me. I really enjoyed that one. Um, I don't know if they still have those games, but like I do play those games when I'm with friends or whatever, because they all have like Nintendo consoles, like the Switch and the nunchucks or whatever. But yeah, so like it is enjoyable to me, and I'm open to playing those games if that's what people want. Uh, but I would have to let the channel grow some more because I can't justify spending all the money right now on all that many video games. But I will. When the channel gets bigger, I will. So I promise. So let's see here. But yeah, more what I'm trying to say is I do like Nintendo. I like Nintendo. So trying to close the gap on these two nodes here. What are we missing? What's oh, it's the anti-normal burn. We need or normal burn. Here we go. There we go. Lots closer now. 1.2 kilometers. Let's see. My little chat thing here just turned off. Alright. In all my Xbox years, Halo 3 was the only game I ever maxed out on game score. Good times. Dude, Halo 3, that's the only game I got really good at. I actually competed in some Halo 3 tournaments back in the day. Halo 3, man. That was my game. Loved it. So, let's see here. Yeah, all those games keep existing, not going away anywhere. Yeah, I understand. I know, right? I'm saving money to get games for my Switch. Nintendo newest console. Okay. Just recently bought it. But it's true, you do end up dropping a lot of money on Nintendo. Yeah, that's just my thing. And I kind of get my fill with Nintendo when I'm with friends places anyway. I feel like Nintendo games are best played with your buddies, with your squad fam. So, yeah, that's kind of how I feel with Nintendo. It's better with friends, and usually not all my friends come over to my place to hang out. So my place is small. It's not like the hangout spot. So it's tough to play Nintendo at my place. If we did play Nintendo. So that's why it's really just lifestyle. But it will definitely change if I had a better place to do it. A better studio or a better apartment, whatever it is. Let's see, so we're going to do retrograde relative to our target. We're going to start shaving off that speed here soon. When we get close. But we are very close to our target. Ah, look at that. Let's wipe off that velocity here. Bam. Very nice. Okay, so here, at this point, we will start using our RCS to actually approach our target. And this guy's loaded with RCS, so like he can just last forever. And this final stage here, it's so light that this engine lasts just, as you can see, like we did all those adjustments and we barely touched how much fuel we have. Oh, and we gotta flip around again. So let's see. Yeah, it really. Here, I'll read your comment in just a second. I don't want to crash. In fact, you know what? Screw that. I'm just gonna pause it. It says, um, yeah, it's like a buddy experience. You're totally right. I have a blast playing any Nintendo game with my cousin. Did you ever get into Halo Reach? Bro, Halo Reach. Oh my goodness, I loved Halo Reach. It was one of my favorite campaigns on a Halo game. Um, because it was so replayable, and I really, really loved that point system they had, where like you'd gain points and then you'd spend them in the store, and it wasn't like points whereas like they do now in Halo 5, where you just kind of get it from a loot box and what you get is what you get. Like on Halo Reach, like what you got showed how much skill you had. So like if you had, for example, let's say the Master Chief voice, which is what I had. I did everything I could to have everything Master Chief, right? So I had Master Chief's voice on the firefight, and so like it was cool. And so when people you play with online, they'd be like, "Dude, did you get Master Chief's voice?" It happened all the time on Xbox Live, and I loved it, every second of it. So, yeah. So like, if you have cool armor, it's because you were good at the game, and that's what I loved about Halo Reach. Um, and the campaign was amazing. So it was so good, such a good story. So gotta love Noble Team. But yeah, I loved it. Halo Reach is great. If you ask what my favorite Halo game was, I don't know. They were all fun for me in different ways. I would say, I don't know. I've had a lot of fun with Halo 1 and 2 with friends during LAN party days. So when those games came out, it was all about LAN parties. And so we hung out all the time at friends' houses playing Halo all night long, and we did like huge multiplayer parties. Like we brought our Xboxes over, and yeah, I think we had 4 Xboxes going at one time, and it was awesome. Good times, man. But yeah, so Halo's just been fun for me. And let's see, we gotta. Where's the center of mass on this thing? Oh, jeez. Anyway. Oh, you know what? Halo Wars I haven't played as much because it was a little different than what I was used to. I did like Halo Wars though. Halo Wars 2 was actually pretty fun. Even though I only played the demo, I actually really enjoyed it. But I didn't buy. I don't think I bought the game. I think my Xbox has it because it just came for free one day. All right, let's see here. We're gonna grab onto. I guess we're grabbing onto the docking port. See, perfect use of Kappa. Yep, just kidding. Nice. Perfect use of Kappa. Okay, so I guess I'll count that. I'll give you that. I didn't like Halo Wars as much, but the ones on the Xbox, where it was the first-person shooters, I liked most of those. In fact, I think I liked all of them, even ODST. I had a lot of fun with ODST, especially the firefight on ODST because that was new. So that was a lot of fun for me. Your comments are funny. But yeah, so there you go. So now we got the lander. We are going to kill the lander now. Goodbye, lander, you son of a gun. You're going down. Oh! And we spun out of control. We're going to need to turn the RCS on. It's fighting us. It doesn't want to go down without a fight. Did you guys see that? Like, it messed up our orbit. However, nothing is more powerful than my garbage truck that I created. Space garbage truck. Now this guy, his only purpose is to grab on the space junk, deorbit it, and crash. That's this thing's only point in living. So, there we go. We've got it. We're gonna crash it. And it's gonna be glorious. Here we go. Bringing it down. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Oh, snap. Prograde. Now, we're only moving at 200 meters a second. And, you know what? Let's just let go. Release. And, prograde. SAS. Prograde. Prograde. Go prograde. There we go. This is the part where we say goodbye to the probe. Pick up that speed. Oh, we're gonna miss it. We don't want to miss the planet. Hold on. Here, we can radial. We can do a radial burn. Oh my gosh. I'm starting to see something here. I swear, if that thing misses Minmus, I'm gonna be pissed. So I just saw that our orbits were kind of different. They were changing and shifting with the rotation of the planet. Oh no, we're gonna watch. If this thing doesn't die, I will be pissed. Okay, let's prograde. Or maybe anti-normal or something. Is it radial? We just need to be facing down. Oh, here we go. Got it. Use the rest of that fuel just so we for sure hit the ground. There you go. Rest in pieces, you son of a gun. There we go. Oh, look at that. We still got a piece. Did that survive? It bounced off the planet! Are you kidding me? Where is it going? No! Where are you headed? You're going out into the abyss. Oh yes, you're gone. You just flew out into nowhere. Jeez Louise. Okay. Oh. Alright. Well, this guy's gone. Oh, here we go. It's coming back. We're good. Looks like the garbage truck just crash landed too. So let's warp ahead. I thought it would, I thought it survived. For a moment there, I was worried. I was like, oh, no, this thing is not gonna make it tonight. It's not gonna make it through the night. I wasn't gonna let it. But it's gonna crash again, so we have to keep an eye on this guy until it's toast. Good riddance. Alright. Kana. Alright, I'm gonna go to sleep. It's getting pretty late and gotta wake up early tomorrow. It was fun watching you a lot. I'm gonna hop on your stream another time for good night. For sure. Good night. Dude, good night, man. Have a good one. Appreciate your follow. It was fun chatting with you. And looking forward to seeing you again on the future streams. So let's see here. Now, if there's still a couple of you guys still awake, now that we completed our mission, let's go to the tracking station. I'll show you what we got here real quick before everybody goes to bed, because it is 3 o'clock in the morning here. So, anyway, let's do what I created here. This one. So I created what was called a CubeSat mothership, alright? And this is what it looks like. And this is how I created my network, my satellite relays and whatnot. So there was a big ship, and on this big ship there were a lot of little ones. So you see these docking ports, these junior docking ports? Inside of those, there was like this really tiny satellite. And this bigger mothership would just adjust its trajectory around Kerbin in its orbit, and every time I changed the orbit, it would just drop off one of the CubeSats. So that's what would happen. We would just boop, drop them off, and it would leave them behind. So we go here. Let's go back to the tracking station, and I'll show you the CubeSat. Okay. Now the CubeSat, I don't remember the name of the part, but it's that little, basically a cube, and it's a remote controlled thing that you can get in the hangar bay. I forget what it's called. It's gonna drive me crazy. Anyway, it's tiny, and so what I did is I just compacted everything in it to, here we go. So you guys will see it here, but this is it. And it's this tiny little box, and it's just floating in space. It's got monopropellant, and that's the only thing it has to kind of maneuver around. And since it's so tiny, the monopropellant is strong enough to fly wherever you want, because it's so little. 8 sats on that payload. Yeah, so it was the mothership plus 8 smaller CubeSats like this one here, and so 9 in total for one payload. And with that, you can create a pretty sweet network. And I'm going to be sending one of these over to Dunna and Eve in order to make sure that our rovers down below have a signal to talk to Kerbin with. So that's what we're going to be doing on a future stream. Not tonight, though, because I'm getting tired. I will show you the other stuff that we got. We did create the Deep Space Gateway today. At least we got it started. We didn't finish it, so it's going to be finished. And let's see, Deep Space Gateway. Let's turn off these here so we can see for a second. Oh, much better. What is this? Okay, interesting. Anyway, Deep Space Gateway, it is right there. Is that a relay antenna or a direct? It's not a relay antenna. There's only one that has the relay antenna, and that's the mothership. And basically how it works is all the little ones, they bounce their signals around all over the planet, and eventually it comes back to the mothership, and the mothership is the one that's the interplanetary signal. And so that's how it works. So it goes from one person, like you have two planets. One of them has this bee swarm around it, but you can't talk to the swarm. You only talk to the queen. So the queen's the only thing that talks to the planet, right? And the queen always has access to the planet because of the little guys floating around all over the place. So it's kind of weird how it works, but it works. But yeah, so here we go. Here's the Deep Space Gateway. It's not finished. We're going to be adding a lot to the Deep Space Gateway, the space station here. So let's see. Only relays can bounce signals. Directs are only one way, receive only. Yeah, so that's kind of how they work. So um, basically, it's just the queen that you can talk to, but the little ones, the CubeSats, are just enough to bounce back down to the surface. That's all they're for. So that's how I was able to cover all of Kerbin. Here, I'll go back to the tracking station. I'll show you what I'm talking about. But yeah. So, and the reason I made it like that was when I first started this save, it as you can see here. So basically, every little inch here on Kerbin now is covered. So if I have like a small drone that I need to control, I won't have issues controlling it because one of these CubeSats will bounce the signal around. So as you can see here, let's see what they're doing. They're all talking to each other, and even these guys here, this one is bouncing off the Deep Space Gateway. It's going all the way to Dunna over there. So, oh wait, that's not the Deep. That's just another satellite. Yeah, but anyway, so the mothership, which is right there, talks to Dunna, and it just bounces off all along here. But yeah, it's kind of cool. It's interesting. But I wanted these guys just to cover the surface of Kerbin, so when there's rovers on the ground, they can have a signal. So yeah, so they don't do the interplanetary stuff. They only bounce down to the planet. Really, is what they do. And then then we got the mothership that bounce or talks to all of these. So it's pretty sweet. It's interesting. But I do want to make a better one, a better version of that, of what I created here. So I feel like I can make a better version. But that was my first attempt at it. So what else do we have here? Oh, we have a moon camp. So let me show you what we got here on the moon. And Deep Space Gateway was also created in the save to allow us to have more access to the surface, like the real thing. So we're gonna have some back and forth, um, back and forth. What's the word? Transportation from the station to the surface. So anyway, so what we got here is we got our trailer. It was kind of I was thinking about starting like a trailer park on the moon, which I just thought would be funny. But on board here we have the cargo, which we've already unpacked, and it's sitting around all over the place here. So we got our whole campsite. It's only half power because these were solar panels. But on the car here, so let's switch over to the car. Um, this is called the what do they call it? Red or Blue Rover. So there's Red Rover and Blue Rover. Red Rover is just a smaller rover that's remote controlled, and Blue Rover is this ginormous car. Um, this car, and let's retract this. We don't need it anymore. But this car is not run off of RTGs so much, but it's run off of fuel. So you have these ore tanks, they go into this converter, and they turn into fuel. So, and I have the fuel cells right there. So this is a gas-powered car, and it's meant to go out further into areas where it gets darker. So if we're driving at night, as you can see here on the moon, there's no sunlight, so it's gonna be in the dark for long periods of time. And so that's why I created this, to give it a different source of power. So there you go. That is what we've created so far, and it runs really well actually. So I like it. I'm pretty happy with how this thing turned out, and it's good transportation. But we do have Kerbals living in this little spot in here, and we need to get them out. We need to get another base on this campsite, so they're not living on the car, because right now that's where they're living in their car, and the trailer is already full, and so anyway, so there's that, and I think that's everything. I think most of the stuff that I had before got deleted when the Breaking Ground DLC came out, and so I had to delete the save from like all the stuff that we created in previous streams. And so yeah, so now we're kind of rebuilding it. We're just kind of retracing our steps, but we're getting there. But the goals were for this is deep space gateway, access to the moon surface, and then we're gonna start sending rovers to Dunna and Eve, and then we're gonna start a Dunna colony. We're gonna try to get a space station over there, and once we do that, we're going big, and we're gonna go straight to Jewel, and we're gonna start another colony on Lathe. So it's a ways down the road, but that's our road to colonization, as some would say. So anyway, that's I think that's it that I have to show you guys. Um, there is no red rover right now. The red rover got destroyed trying to land on the moon, so it died. It it was tragic. You can see it. It's still up on the channel here, and it's also on my YouTube channel. But yeah. So there you go, you guys. So, again, thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. I appreciate it so much. You don't even know. And I'm trying to express it as best I can, but I am so tired right now, so I am going to go to bed. So, good night, you guys, and I hope I see you guys again in the future. I had a lot of fun. So, good night, and good night. Peace.